Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall start the forum at exactly 9 o'clock a.m. While waiting for the program to begin, you may want to visit the Facebook page #QMSGovPH for the pre-event conversations. This will be a good opportunity for all of us to check out interactions on the topics to be discussed in the forum.
Kindly check the audio and video functions of your equipment to ensure smooth participation in the forum. Now, I will ask you questions to check if you can see and hear as well, okay? Please answer using the Zoom poll and chat box on YouTube and Facebook. I think we have just launched the poll on your screen, so please answer. For those joining us in the Zoom, do you hear me well? Please answer. How about for those joining us over Facebook? Can you see the screen clearly? All right. Thank you, Ms. Del Valle, Ms. Kia Aquino Del Valle, for your response. And how about those on YouTube? I hope we are coming out clear, loud and clear to you. Good morning to DOST Region 12. The participants joining us either through the Zoom platform, Facebook, or YouTube live streaming will be issued an e-certificate of attendance upon accomplishment of the forum and speakers evaluation forms that will be provided by the DAP project team at the end of the forum for each day. Please make sure that you register in the attendance for both PSQPIF and GBPR.
And please remember to log your attendance through the attendance link found in the chat box. Everyone joining us from Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook should register in the attendance sheet. If you have issues using Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook platforms, please inform us using the chat box too. Our project staff, Ms. Joanna Ruth Lupango and Ms. Margaret Reyes, will be glad to assist you in Zoom. Mr. Pedrito Garcia and Mr. John Principe and Ms. Micaela Calma on YouTube, and Ms. Jelris Lanip and Ms. Meryl Bocalos on Facebook. Please use the hashtag GQMP2021 when uploading your photos on social media.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service. While keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background, the DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
What do people actually expect from the government?
It's a government that listens to its people.
It's all about lakas, talino at buhay.
It would be one that would have more of government, less of governance, that would have the welfare of the Filipino people as is primordial concern.
A government that has a very clear vision.
Para sa akin, ang gobyerno, dapat lahat ng kawani ay lingkod bayan.
Passionate about its vision and responsive to the needs of its people and country as a whole.
My idea government is very trustworthy, government that you can rely on, may malasakit sa kapwa mong mamamayan.
Ambisyon Natin 2040 reflects these expectations of the Filipino people through this collective long-term vision for the Philippines. To achieve this vision, the government has to step up to improve services geared towards the people. And this can be done through the Government Quality Management Program, or GQMP. Institutionalized through Executive Order No. 605 in February 23, 2007, the Government Quality Management Program directs government agencies to adopt ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS. GQMP aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and implement international standards-based QMS. The adoption of the ISO 9001 QMS in the public sector will empower government institutions to provide quality, innovative, efficient, and people-centered public goods and services. Create an enabling environment for the business sector to sustain economic growth. Deliver quality health care for Filipinos, and provide quality education to prepare the youth for the future. Over the years, the program, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, has been strengthening institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services through the implementation of the international standards-based QMS. Government agencies which had implemented ISO 9001 QMS attest to the benefits of the standard.
The mandate of DepEd Mandaluyong is to deliver quality basic education services to all of the 23 schools in the city. True to its mandate, we have ensured that we will be certified to a quality management system such as ISO 9001 2015.
Before QMS, yung PSA kasi came from 4 different agencies. So you can just imagine anong culture ang dala-dala ng bawat isa. So with QMS, there's this sort of unifying effort kasi now we have one system, one process that everybody should follow. So it helps us be more productive, be more conscious in customer service. Isang klaro sa amin yung pagiging more conscious about satisfying yung customer. But now we are looking also at certain KPIs na nagpo-promote ng comfort level ng mga customers namin. Kumusta ba yung cleanliness namin, timeliness, even yung temperature, we monitor it. Kasi nga, dapat maging comfortable yung customer. These are part of good things coming from QMS.
Sa healthcare, walang room for error. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, napakalaki ng impact. Ang quality, ang pinaka-core dapat ng lahat ng trabaho at operation sa ospital. Nagiging ingrained sa lahat ng empleyado namin. Pagpasok pala ng pasyente, paghiga niya sa kama, pag-deliver ng services at paglabas. Kalidad yun ng serbisyo.
A testament to all of this is the number of awards that Muntinlupa has received through the years. Most noteworthy is the back-to-back win for most business-friendly LGU. Speak highly of the level of competence that the city has manifested. And people have come to appreciate that. Not only businessmen, but ordinary folks. They want to start a new business, entrepreneurs who want to engage in a business.
The mandate of the Basis Conversion Development Authority is actually to transform former U.S. military bases, identified military camps like Fort Bonifacio, into economic hub and help the government economy. BCDA, with its current implementation of the QMS, actually help the government in developing a sustainable economy and also the Build program of the government.
For any quality management system, it's very important to monitor what your customers are saying. So, yung customer satisfaction surveys namin, so far, with the implementation of our quality management system, the customer satisfaction is quite high. Actually, we average even above 95% of our customers being satisfied with the extra mile that we provide, their experience.
What kind of service do individual citizens expect from frontline government agencies? Were they happy with the services they received? Through a nationwide citizen satisfaction survey in 2018, frontline government services received an overall rating of 8.37, where 10 is the most satisfied. This means that the efforts of the government to improve the quality of how they deliver frontline services through the QMS are starting to produce good results.
SDO Mandaluyong has always been aware of the needs of the teachers. They conduct needs assessment. So, malaking bagay para sa mga teachers, lalo't ang daming mga innovations ng DepEd. Kung di kami tutulungan ng SDO Mandaluyong, di kami makakasabay.
Napaka-comfortable ngayon kasi aircon na siya. Swabe yung transaction, napaka-smooth lang. Then, napaka-hassle-free.
Dito sa PCMC, ang mga pasyente nagkaroon ng unity, naging isang pamilya dahil alam mo kung ano yung mga nasa puso ng bawat isa.
Dito ngayon sa WPLO kasi mabilis na ang pagkuha. So in 15 minutes, makakuha mo na yung mga permit mo for business. And then, pag renewal naman, mas mabilis na. Unlike before na marami kang pupuntahan, ngayon meron silang one-stop shop.
Accommodating naman sila. Tuwing pumupunta ako rito pagka kumukuha ako ng result ng examinations, mabait naman yung nag-assist sa akin kasi in-entertain niya kaagad ako, tapos tinanong niya kaagad ako kung ano ang kailangan ko. Satisfied po ako dito sa Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, QMS! Thank you, QMS!
This is what QMS can bring. A government that will work better, serve better, a government comparable to the best in the world. Government Quality Management Program, bringing quality government service closer to the people.
The presentation materials and other forum details, like the speaker's profiles, may be viewed in Google Drive. Please refer to the screen and the chat box for the link. Again, please remember to log your attendance through the attendance link found in the chat box. Everyone joining us from Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook should register in the attendance sheet. Likewise, we invite you to participate in our poll question. What risks do you associate with frontline government service delivery? Answer the poll through Mentimeter by going to www.menti.com and use the code 77133726. This code is also shown in the chat box. Results of this poll will be discussed in the fourth presentation. Again, I'll just repeat the link, www.menti.com, and use the code 77133726. And please answer our poll question. What risks do you associate with frontline government service delivery? All right, I would just like to repeat the question. What risks do you associate with frontline government service delivery? Please answer the poll through Mentimeter by going to www.menti.com using the code 77133726. Please refer to the chat box for the code and the link. Results of this poll will be discussed in the fourth presentation.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, while some of you are still answering our poll question, you might want to have a glimpse or take a glimpse of the PSQPIF. Let's watch the throwback video of the 2019 and 2020 events. Let's go.
And out till the end, don't need to pretend again and again. We'll stick together. Everything is alright with you by my side. We won't say goodbye. We'll stick together. I can pick you up when you're heading down. When it all just sucks, I'll be your Charlie Brown. You can make me laugh when I wanna cry. In a world of mess, we're all in all.
Gentlemen, we shall begin the program in 5 minutes. Right now, we have approximately 170 participants logged in Zoom. We have 141. Facebook, we have 6. And there are 21 participants joining us via YouTube Live. Some of the participants who are already here, and I would like to say are very active in our chat box, are the Maritime Industry Authority. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ayan, we also have participants from the
Magandang
Philippine
umaga po,
Army.
ma'am.
Hello, good morning po.
Morning to all.
We also have participants from the Philippine Army and studying at the Isabela State University. So those from ISU who are here with us this morning and very active po sa ating chat box, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Naimbag nga daw po sa inyong lahat dyan. And also we have participants, mayong adlaw po sa inyo diha sa LGU General Santos City. Hello, moms and sirs of Gensan. And also we have participants from the Bureau of Immigration, the Office of the Ombudsman, and DepEd Santa Rosa. Magandang umaga po, moms and sirs. And ang ating mga magigiting na miyembro ng Philippine Army. Magandang umaga po. We hope that you are going to have a pleasant and enriching experience with us this morning. We also have participants from Makati. Good morning. Makati Local Government, thank you for joining us. Please enjoy the rest of the sessions today.
May we request everyone to kindly set your microphones on mute to avoid distractions during the forum. Likewise, we will utilize the chat box for queries and requests for assistance. Also, we encourage participants to use the Zoom reactions as we go through our sessions today. This will be a good way to show our speakers our appreciation. Now, here is a webinar etiquette video to guide us all in this virtual forum. Thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Tawat ka na. Wala nakamute. Aw.
All right, just a reminder to everyone, please make sure your microphones are on mute. Welcome to the Public Sector Productivity and Quality Improvement Forum, back to back with the Government Best Practice Recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the invocation.
Muchísimas gracias, Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University, for that beautiful rendition of the doxology. The choral group is under the baton of Zambongueño songwriter and musician, Mr. Elmer Atilano. The group represented the Philippines and bagged 2 gold and 1 silver medals during the 2019 North Sumatra International Choir Competition held in Parapat Lake, Toba, Laguboti, Indonesia. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Distinguished secretaries, undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, agency and institution officers, Government Quality Management Committee principal members, fellow servants in the government, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the virtual back-to-back Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and the Government Best Practice Recognition 2021. I am Jill Alier from the Productivity and Development Center of DAP.
And I am Rica Bustamante, also from the DAP Productivity and Development Center. And we will be your hosts for this 2-day event. This event utilizes Zoom platform and is aired live on YouTube and via our PDC Facebook page. You can still ask your friends and colleagues to join us via this YouTube link found on screen, as well as our Facebook link, also posted on screen. To greet us all this morning, we have with us the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert C. Coronan Jr., to give us his welcome remarks. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. To the members and the representatives of the Government Quality Management Committee, to our fellow public servants and the various departments and agencies of the national and local government, to our dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. I would like to thank you for taking the time to join us today as we look into how the public sector responded to the challenges of the pandemic and plan ahead so we can move forward into the future with confidence and determination. To say that this year was challenging is an understatement. Dealing with the coronavirus pandemic as public servants, it was truly exacting on our capacity to serve and lead. But with our activity today, we take the time to apprise ourselves of what we have accomplished together and reflect on how we can better serve our countrymen in the coming years. One of the lessons we have learned from our collective experience of the pandemic is that as public servants, our decisions, no matter how small or inconsequential we think they are, impacts those who depend on government for their safety and security. Today, some of you will showcase your initiatives during the pandemic. We are here not only to commend you for your achievements, but also to be inspired into action for the benefit of the various communities that we are part of. Many initiatives that you introduce are considered best practices and should become the norm for us to emulate our respective departments and agencies. It is testament to our recognition on how important it is for our work to reflect quality and be guided by principles of productivity, innovation, and foresight. Finally, let us be reminded once again that the ultimate reason we are introducing these improvements is the way we deliver public service is because we want our work to be felt by our fellow Filipinos. We want to make an impact in the lives of the people we serve. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May we all have a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
All right, just a reminder, please make sure that your microphones are on mute. We would like to thank everyone for joining us in this two-day event, which is organized by the DAP in behalf of the Government Quality Management Committee and the Asian Productivity Organization Center of Excellence for public sector organizations to learn from experts, share experiences, and develop collaborations towards a more responsive, resilient, and foresight-driven governance.
It is both a privilege and honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker. He serves as Undersecretary of the Department of Budget and Management. He is the concurrent functional group head of the Organization and Systems Improvement Group and the Information and Communications Technology Group and concurrent chief of staff. He used to work as executive assistant to the mayor of Navotas and director at the Office of the President, handling the monitoring of the Yolanda Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program. Here to deliver the keynote message, we have with us the DBM Undersecretary, Kim Robert C. De Leon. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to our President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines, President Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., DICT-OIC Assistant Secretary Adrian Jude G. Echaus, Center for Strategy Enterprise and Intelligence Founding President Ricardo Saludo, Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation Executive Director Veronica Gabaldon, DAP Director Monica Saliendres. Of course, I would like to greet as well. I saw Sir Arnel Abanto and I'm not sure if Ma'am Dedeng Mendoza is here. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. To other distinguished guests, participants, fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a blessed morning to everyone. I hope yung iba po sa atin nakakapagsimula na rin ang kanilang nobina para sa Simbang Gabi because today marks the start of the Simbang Gabi last night actually. I am both privileged and honored to be with you this morning as we celebrate and recognize the progress of productivity and public service improvement initiatives in the government. Amid the critical issues that we face today, primarily posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and as we prepare ourselves to face the remaining challenges ahead, it is important to remind ourselves of our achievements and how far we have gone in delivering quality service to the public. But all the same, it is equally important to not lose sight of our commitment in aiming for higher standards in quality service delivery. This should be the bare minimum that the Filipino people should expect from their government. It is the bare minimum that they deserve. There should be no compromise when it comes to the benefits our people can gain from the services that their government will render. As we continue to raise the bar of public service and make quality a way of life, let us renew our passion by reminding ourselves of the adversities we were able to conquer along the path towards our goals. Certainly, COVID-19 pandemic has challenged us in all ways possible. Since 2020, we have redeveloped public service delivery to respond to the needs of the challenging times. We have pushed for a smarter government, adopted smarter initiatives to transform such challenges into opportunities. Kita natin, ang daming innovation, digitization, digitalization, digital transformation, and I believe a part of our forum will also be recognition for our government best practices for the year. And while COVID-19 crisis is far from over, our efforts to gain control of the situation while continuously providing public services are gaining traction. And we must continue to push forward even beyond the course of the pandemic. I clearly remember in the 2020 State of the Nation address of the President, one of the directives he has given is for the government to pursue digitalization, and digital transformation in order to improve doing business by citizens, by business, by organizations with government. As a major instrument in this endeavor, the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP, has made strides in promoting and enhancing public service delivery. Since its inception in 2007, with the issuance of Executive Order number 605, the GQMP's goal of promoting and enhancing public service performance through the adoption of ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS, in the bureaucracy has been implemented by about 72% of organizations in government, or roughly around 334 government entities as of October 5, 2021. Through the QMS, our agency's planning, service, and support operations are aligned to the ISO 9001 standard, assuring consistency in the quality of services and continuous process of improvement. Forging the way forward, the GQMP will continue to make strategic initiatives to enhance the public sector organization's performance in delivering quality service to the Filipino people. Towards this end, it envisions to further enhance, strengthen, and expand the adoption and effectiveness of the QMS to the bureaucracy, all the while strengthening the QMS risk-based management capability of public service organizations towards the attainment of organizational goals and objectives. To take these words into action, the GQMP will continue to provide capacity building activities and technical assistance on enhancing QMS through the integration of different management systems by way of training, consulting, and publications. We hope that through these actions, our goal of seeing the QMS being implemented in every government agency will come into form as soon as possible. Bearing the theme of this event, public sector response, resiliency, and foresight to overcome uncertainties beyond the pandemic, I invite all of you to further challenge ourselves and reach greater heights. Keep up the pressure to continually improve our productivity and efficiency even beyond these challenging times. Together, let us forge forward with the same fervor and determination as we provide quality service that the Filipino people deserve. As Paul Mayer, a world-renowned productivity guru, puts it, productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort. It is in this spirit that I wish all of you a productive and meaningful forum today. May this forum serve as an avenue for us to learn, share, and collaborate to improve the way we do things in government with or without pandemic. Again, let me stress one point. Higher standards, excellence in quality service delivery is the bare minimum that the Filipino people should expect from their government. This is the bare minimum that everyone in Juana de la Cruz deserve. So on behalf of our officer in charge of the Department of Budget and Management, Undersecretary Tina Rose Marie Canda, we wish to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for organizing this forum, and we wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Yusek De Leon. Everyone, please give him a virtual round of applause using the Zoom reaction button below your screen. May I now invite everyone here in Zoom to please turn on your camera for a brief photo opportunity with President Caronan and Yusek De Leon. We shall be assisted by Ms. Margaret Reyes, who will give us the instructions. Ms. Margaret?
Good morning, everyone. I would like to request everyone to open their camera so that we'll be able to capture your attendance and your participation to today's activity. I am waiting for those who are already open. May I request everyone? Thank you. Since we are 235 in our Zoom call, we will be having 9 batches of photo documentation. So please bear with me as we do the photo documentation. Okay, sir, we will.
Our cameras are
Problem. Yes, sir.
disabled.
Yes, sir, we will do that. Thank you very much, sir, for informing us. Okay, for our first batch. Okay, for our first batch, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, for our second batch po. Please continue smiling as we will be having several batches po. Okay, for our second batch, 1, 2, 3, smile.
Not able to start our videos.
Okay po, we will be assisting you with that problem, sir. Wait a while po. Okay, for our third batch, 1, 2, 3, smile. For our next batch, 1, 2, 3, smile. One, two, three, smile. Okay, there are still people who are opening their cameras, so we'll be waiting for a short while. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last 2 batches po. 1, 2, 3, smile.
The camera is disabled, ma'am.
We'll assist you on that, sir. Wait a while po.
Mag-wait tapos na, di ba?
Sir, we are still conducting the photo documentation po. Okay, sir, wait. We are checking, sir, for the problem.
Wala namang video, Isel.
We can't open the camera.
Hindi, in-start ko sa Zoom, wala na. Kahit sa Zoom.
We can see you, ma'am. We can see you, ma'am.
Says the host has stopped the video.
Hello, Margaret.
Yes, sir. We will have another photo documentation by the end of the program. So we will fix the problem regarding your video po. Thank you so much for bearing with me. The documentation is already done. Thank you, Ms. Rika, and thank you, Ms. Jael.
All right, thank you, Ms. Margaret. We will have another photo opportunity at the end of the day. As we all know, the GQMP envisions taking a great leap forward in its priorities by leveling up its quality improvement initiatives, focusing on enhancing citizen satisfaction and exceeding customer expectations by 2022.
After hearing from President Caronan and Yusek De Leon, we hope we are now clarified on what the student event is all about. Now, please allow us to read some of the expectations that we have gathered from you as you signed up for this forum. And here they are. First, learn best practices in leadership and management, as well as additional strategies on how to become steadfast amidst this time of the pandemic. Second, have speakers who are knowledgeable and insightful and be able to engage with the insights of the attendees. And third, learn quality improvement initiatives or best practices from more experienced public sector organizations.
We are indeed grateful to all of you for sharing your insights, and we look forward to a very interactive and engaging session later during the Q&A after the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this back-to-back PSQPIF and GBPR event specifically aims to, first, convene, bring together experts and participants from government agencies to present and discuss improvements on QMS implementation as we utilize risk management in the transition to the new normal. Next, collaborate. So, to serve as a platform for sharing best practices and to inspire each other in promoting risk-based thinking for QMS implementation. Next, commend. To recognize government agencies with best practices. And lastly, contribute. To increase awareness on productivity and quality improvement standards, programs, framework, and approaches to improve citizen or customer-centered public service delivery. This year's virtual forum theme is Public Sector Response, Resiliency, and Foresight to Overcome Uncertainties Beyond the Pandemic, focusing on how to steer the public sector QMS to a more sustainable road to response and recovery that are beyond the current pandemic situation, and how risk-based QMS can be more agile and adaptive to the demands of the new normal.
Today, we will be talking about QMS planning through integrating risk management. We shall have 5 presentations, followed by a panel discussion with our esteemed reactors, which will be moderated by Dr. Lizan E. Perante Calina, and then probably one of the most awaited part, the open forum.
As we mentioned earlier, this year's PSPQIF is conducted together with the GBPR or the Government Best Practice Recognition.
Tomorrow, we shall hold the GBPR Best Practice Sharing, where we will get to listen to best practices from amongst public sector organizations, and we will also get to know the recipients of the GBPR recognized best practices.
For the first presentation, we will discuss how risk-based thinking is utilized by the government in its anticipatory planning approach to ensure a future-ready public service delivery. Here with us today to deliver this talk is Ricardo L. Saludo.
Our first speaker holds a Master of Science degree in Public Policy and Management from the Center for Financial Management Studies, or CEFIMS, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in Strategy and Innovation from Said Business School, University of Oxford. His key expertise include strategic planning, analysis, research and advisory, risk governance and crisis management, strategic and organizational communications, public policy and management, Asian affairs, and business journalism. Let me introduce to you the former Cabinet Secretary of the Office of the President during the term of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, the former chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, and now a columnist of Manila Times, and the founding president of the Center for Strategy, Enterprise, and Intelligence, or SENSEI. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ricardo L. Saludo. Good morning, sir.
Morning. I was disconnected for a while. Sorry. I hope I'm live again. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Coronan and the Development Academy of the Philippines. I hope I'm having a bit of internet connection problem, but I hope it will allow me to continue my presentation anyway. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present on particularly risk-based thinking, which is so crucial now, especially at this time of not only the pandemic, but so many challenges that face our government, especially in the fast-paced changes that are happening in society. My presentation, I hope, are you seeing it on the screen now? Just double checking. Is the presentation on the screen? Are we? Oh, am I on the screen? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. You're okay?
I'm okay. Okay.
We can see
So
the gallery view of your presentation, sir.
yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So my presentation, I'd like to focus particularly on risk management. This is a particular area of expertise for our company. We're actually tied up the Enterprise Risk Management Academy of aspect of our work, along with other work that we have done in the past. I will skip the first 10 slides of my presentation, which is all about our company, but you can see it when you download the PowerPoint presentation that I have. And I'll go straight into my presentation itself. And we will cover three particular aspects: anticipatory planning or strategic forward planning, risk-based thinking, and future-ready public service delivery, which are the key themes of our presentation. This is the quick definition of anticipatory planning. I'd like to highlight here some key words. We will use it. It is done as a platform to apply risk-based thinking in envisioning what public service might be in the future, addressing the problems that are expected. And I'd like to frame the presentation I have with a very real problem that we will be facing next year. It is a rather complex problem with different elements. One is, of course, we will have a new government, and that comes with the usual challenges of establishing a new regime, and especially if it's an opposition regime, then there will be even more changes than if it is an administration, a new government. Secondly, there's something we have. We had a record high budget of over 5 trillion pesos. This is the first time we're handling a budget of this size. In 2021, we had a budget of about 4.5 trillion. And according to reports in media, about over 3 trillion pesos of that budget was not disbursed. It was downloaded to the agencies by the Department of Budget Management, but the actual rollout of the budget fell way short. According to the news reports, 3 trillion was not actually used. And so Congress had to extend the budget up to the end of next year. So we have 3 trillion pesos or so or more coming in to 2022 to be actually used up. And then we have 5 in the budget to disburse and utilize. That's a massive 8 trillion pesos that we have to kind of get out the door in 1 year or a little over a year. So that's another massive risk. The third risk is what the implementation of the Mandanas ruling of this, which all functions and budgets based on the ERA, the internal revenue, the enlarged internal revenue allotments of local governments. That's another complicating factor in 2022. So we're really facing a massive amount of risk in terms of implementing properly and fully our programs and the funded by this budget in 2022. So we're going to have to really use risk-based thinking in order to deliver this next year. Okay, I'm trying to go to my next slide. Okay, so here's very quickly the flow of my presentation. I'm not going to get into this very long, but we'll go over in anticipatory planning, risk-based thinking, and these concepts, and then actually pull this together on how this can help public service delivery. So we've seen anticipatory planning is thinking about what activities based on past and present information we need to do an assumption, and we will now be thinking as well as forward planning, depending on what will be moved in order to devise ways to ensure are executed and we address the risks that may come up. What is or well, here are the things to consider, and I'd like to highlight just a couple of things here.
Hindi mo inalam naman.
All right, it seems that our speaker is experiencing intermittent connection from his end. In the meantime, we would like to remind you to please log your attendance through the attendance link that we have earlier posted in the chat box. But for the benefit of those who just joined us in Zoom, we are reposting again the attendance link. And also, we would like to inform everyone that for those joining us in Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook, for the 2-day event, which is today and tomorrow for the GBPR, you will all receive e-certificate of attendance provided you log your attendance, and of course, you also accomplish our speakers and what is this? Evaluation forms. Yes, speaker evaluation forms and the program evaluation forms. Thank you very much. Sir Rick, I think you're back online with us.
Am I back?
Good morning
Okay,
again,
good.
sir.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay,
Okay,
sir. Please go ahead,
hope,
sir.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so these are the things to look at. I hope that the video is clear. And just like to highlight here, potential problems. Of course, we always look at that, and I just mentioned one of them for the coming year: the massive 8 trillion pesos we have to disburse within the year or so, the mandanas ruling that we have to implement, rolling, downloading our national. Okay, I'm trying to get a better signal so that I don't have to keep dropping out.
Sir Rick, if we
Am I-
can
am I-
suggest,
Yep.
you may turn off your video, sir.
Okay,
So
I'll do
because the
that. Is
video
that-
in Zoom carries a lot of
Yeah.
bandwidth, so
Yeah, that-
you may
that
try
may
to
help,
turn off
yeah.
the video. It might help, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get back on here again. Okay, am I back on? Am I back on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, so no more video, just hear my voice. Okay, going back to the presentation, yes, we're bringing in risk, and we've got a gigantic 3 big risks coming forward in 2022. And all of these things, anticipatory planning, the risk-based thinking, and our delivery of services, all of this hopefully will come together in effective risk management. Now, risk is defined as the likelihood of something happening as well as the magnitude of impact. And I'd like you to focus on those 2 concepts. It's not just something that may go wrong. You also have to consider how big an impact this event might have. Okay, so 2 things. It's not, you don't look at all the risks. You look at the ones that would have either huge impact or the likelihood of it happening, or both. And certainly if it has both, then that's higher priority. Now we're looking at the main thing in handling risk is that you don't want it to become a crisis. You're ready for a crisis. You must be ready to face the crisis if it happens, but you try not to have to deal with a crisis, and that's one of the key functions of risk management. Now, risk management can be done ad hoc, and unfortunately, that's probably what happens in many organizations. We kind of just react. We're very reactive. However, it's better, of course, to manage risk systematically, to come up with systems that minimize the risk, that prepare you just in case these risks eventuate, they happen, they're a crisis, and you have ways of immediate recovery from a crisis. In business, they call it business continuity plans. So that, for example, if disaster happens, they can get back on track immediately. I'm sure you have similar plans in your organizations. So what are some of the questions to ask in risk management? Well, of course, the normal question is what can go wrong? And here, not only is past experience a guide, it's also helpful to look at what other organizations are going through. And that's where best practices in government, this whole event that we're having today and tomorrow is very helpful. It's also good to bring in knowledge that you can get from government experience abroad. And that's where our online world is most helpful. We can now research what's happening all around the world in different organizations, in different countries, and this will help. Now, a second question is how will it affect the organization? Okay, we mentioned that the magnitude of impact and what kind of impact it would have. Not all risks need to be given all that attention, especially if it may not really have a big impact. However, just remember a small impact that a risk might have, if it keeps happening, would actually can get pretty big. Third item is, of course, what to do to minimize the risk. And if something really goes bad, then you have contingency plans to address it. Just very quickly, going over what we might be looking at next year. I guess one of the key problems to anticipate would be some need for capacity building at the local levels for them to download and actually implement their share of key functions that are devolved to them under the Mandanas ruling. Okay, moving forward, here is the risk management process, and this is straight out of the Risk Management Academy of Singapore. Context is what are the strategies, the major strategies and mission and goals of the organization that you need to address, and what are the conditions, what's happening that are governing the organization at this time, such as the pandemic, a change in government, an enlarged budget to put out. That's your context. Identification of risk. Of course, we go over what could possibly go wrong. We do an analysis looking at the root causes of many of these risks and how they can be addressed. The risk treatment or the measures to address it. The risk contingency and management plan. If things really go wrong, what do you do? And number 6, very important, monitoring. Now, in monitoring, we underscore, very important, that you come up with indicators in your organization that would point to certain risks emerging. These are the things that you watch. What are they? Well, things like, is your absorptive capacity able to utilize your budget in a timely fashion through the year? So that, let's say, after 1 month or 2 months, you already check, are we moving forward in implementing, disbursing our budget? Further down the road, you might also check, is our training and capacity building with our partner LGUs for key functions proceeding well? If they may be affected, for instance, by the change in government moving forward. risk management communication is very important. There are two things you have to establish here. One, an awareness of what could go wrong so that people are watchful about it. And very important, I'll stress it again, very important, people must be willing to speak up when things are likely to go wrong. And that's actually something that's not very well established in Asia. People in Asia tend to be reticent. They tend to be reserved. They don't like to rock the boat. They want to keep good relations, pakikisama, all of that. You have to actually counter that tendency and get people to speak up when they think things may go wrong. Okay, here are potential ways to address risk. You try to avoid it, you try to reduce it or mitigate it. Okay, sometimes the risk you just accept it. It's something that's part of the furniture, and that may be already what's happening to the pandemic, to COVID-19. They're realizing that you can't really get rid of it, but you just make sure that you have hospital facilities and treatment to handle it, that your people are careful, they maintain minimum public health standards even if things open up. Okay, and you find ways also of transferring the risk. Insurance is one way to transfer risk. Another way would be actually the devolution of functions to the LGUs is a transfer of risk. Not everything is down to the national government. The LGUs can take on part of the responsibility. I don't know if now these are key challenges to public sector risk management, and I will, you can go over this, and many of them actually you're quite aware of. I'll just immediately focus on the last one. We have sometimes rather politicized leadership, top people from the ruling coalition or party given positions. That's a normal thing in government. And they may not give priority to risk management. They may have grand plans that they want to implement. And they don't actually want to listen to people talking about what potential risks or problems may happen. This is what I was talking about earlier. There's a reticence to actually speak up about risks, to speak up about things that could go wrong. And this can be compounded when you have rather ambitious chiefs in the organization who don't want to listen about how things might go wrong, who just want to be gung-ho about getting their big plans implemented. So very important to make sure people are heard and listened to. Next slide. Now, here are some of the risks that government the government, as opposed to the private sector, the government might face. And I'll just highlight one in each group. So we've got political and security risk, and what I particularly highlight here would be regime change. That's happening next year. There'll be a new government coming in. Economic and financial risk. Of course, there are hardships that you need to address for our people. Next year, actually, the biggest risk in this among this list is the last one: inflation. Inflation expected to keep surging because the world is in recovery, and because of that, demand is up. At the same time, supply chains are greatly hampered. My son is renovating his house, and he's gonna take 6 months to do it, not because he's got so many changes to do, but because the construction materials needed for some of the changes are taking long. That's so that's part of the supply chain issues, which is also kicking up prices. So our budgets may actually be too low to really implement the programs fully. Social and cultural risks, and here I particularly highlight social media. This is just taking over a lot of the information exchange in society, and government organizations have to be engaged in that. I cannot underscore this more emphatically because something that suddenly goes viral on social media can really hit hard a government agency and give it a bad name. Not to mention hearings in Congress and much criticism in media. Moving to technology, this is something that the government is actually trying to move faster on. The thing that I would particularly highlight here in our time is the cyber risk, cyber risk for cyber attack. We unfortunately, the government has actually been compromised quite a number of times, and in fact, one of the largest hacking incidents was the loss of about 55 million biometric and personal records of our voters in the 2016 election. So this is something that we need to pay quick, strong attention to. And of course, most recently, we had the hacking of bank accounts, which the central bank is now looking into, along with the affected banks. And finally, environmental risk. Of course, this is looming large now because of the climate change. And this is one thing that the government over the long term really needs to pay attention to. And it's actually more important for us than climate change mitigation, which tends to get more of the media attention. The whole world is focused on trying to mitigate climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That's great. But for the Philippines, we're actually not a major source of greenhouse gases. We should reduce it. And we've got an ambitious target of 70% reduction. But the bigger challenge for us is climate change adaptation. We have to, in case the world falls short of meeting our targets for climate change mitigation, and it looks that way if you ask some of the environmentalists, then we have to put up long-term programs to safeguard ourselves from rising sea levels, from storms, from increasing drought because of warming, which will reduce our food production. And the big challenge particularly is rising sea levels. We have a coastline around each and every island of our 70,000 islands. All of those beaches are threatened. We have a coastline that's twice as long as the United States. And that coastline is the one at risk from rising sea levels. That's one thing the government has to give particular focus on, because so many of our communities, of course, live along the waterline. And we have to address that challenge, among other things, in climate change adaptation. Okay, moving forward, here are a quick list of what we must do, in risk management. And these are 4 W's to make it easy to remember. First, we have to watch, of course, I mentioned that, monitoring risk. And I will underscore 2 things I've said earlier. You have to strategically watch. You have to look at the risks that are really important to the organization, not every risk. And then you have to set up indicators to continually watch this. And people should not drop the ball. They should make sure that these indicators are closely watched. So there's risk monitoring facilities, the impact, the probability of these things happening, and a sense of what action to take in a timely manner to prevent crises from developing. The other thing about watching crisis is that you pretty much have to watch a wide range of sectors, not just your own and not just your agency. One of the things that we do at Sensei for our clients, and these can be both public sector and private sector clients, is to watch the news. We watch the news 24/7. And our task is to already advise our clients what potential risks may happen because of a certain news development. This news could be something that nobody will even notice here in the Philippines because it happens in Europe. For instance, there's a recent European report that lists the greenhouse gas emissions, the methane emissions of major food production companies in Europe, which are huge. We don't have such a report in Asia yet, but you can be sure that kind of a report will happen in Asia. So one advice we gave our private sector clients is to already anticipate such a report coming up and take steps to address what may be potential issues that will come up once a similar report is done on Asia or on the Philippines. And if they want, they can even commission that report. So they kind of have control over how that report is done, and they get a heads up on what to do to make sure that they don't get such a bad report about them. So again, I will underscore: you have to, you watch everything, and then with strategic insight and risk management expertise, you pick the ones and alert your people on how to anticipate and move against risk. Now, the second word is warn. And of course, we all know what warning is. And I just to highlight certain key things to make sure that a warning is actually heard and acted on. First, people have to know that you're giving a warning. As I mentioned earlier, we kind of don't want to rock the boat. So we sometimes or often couch our words in ways that are more acceptable and not too confrontational. But it has to be clear, it has to be recognized we're raising a warning. It must be seen also as something important and taken seriously. As I mentioned earlier, there's a tendency not to take warnings seriously, especially if an organization is so focused on ambitious plans and doesn't want to hear anything about risks. Of course, it should be delivered loudly, so those people who are supposed to be aware of it hear it, and it should be very clear. You have to actually spell it out. If it says that you can be looking at a major failure in the implementation of a program because the LGU concerned is not ready to take on the responsibility, you have to spell it out clearly. Even if some people may not like it, because that's better than not saying anything or being unclear, and the risk turns into a crisis. Workout has two elements in it. No, one is working out solutions. We all know that, but the other one is working out to build capacity, and that's just as important. Not only do we act to address problems and we're ready for whatever is needed to address it, we also build up capacity to be able to respond quickly. And now more than ever, especially with the coming challenges in next year, we do have to boost capacity in not only rolling out programs at a faster rate, but also dealing with, on the one hand, a new government, and on the other hand, the devolution of functions and budgets to local governments. The final W, a couple of W's, is to whistle and to whip. If something goes wrong, if there's a risk, we really have to, get people's attention, and, if necessary, even have sanctions. And this is something I will underscore, that the board level, the top management of an organization, have to be involved in. You cannot delegate this. In fact, one of the key principles in risk management is this must be something owned by the board or owned by the top people. If they don't own it, and that's really one of the challenges or difficulties in the government, if the top people don't own it because they don't even want to hear about risk, it will not work. So I have to underscore these W's, and the whole risk management approach should be something that the top people own and take a lead in. Okay, future ready. Okay, once we get our risk management mechanisms in place, then we start looking at how to make sure that our delivery of services is able to happen even if things might change in the future. And there's a host of efforts in that area. Technology is one of them. That's certainly something for the future, but also building the capacity in our organizations and in the organizations we work with, so that they can sustain the work. Risk management is a key element. And there's something, again, I will stress, it's there in, very important, creative thinking, creative know-how. The future is rapidly changing. People have to be adaptive. And that's something that may be difficult in some organizations. in the government, we are so bound by laws and mandates and rules that it tends to stifle innovative thinking. Well, we have to find a way to still be innovative despite all these strictures on our work. So public service delivery harnesses anticipatory planning and capacity building for the future to deliver needs as of the citizenry of the nation moving forward as the nation develops. And this is the challenge for all of us. The risk management plays a key role there, certainly, but also innovation, technology, and bringing in particular, collaborations with outside groups, especially stakeholders, because they know what they want, they know what's happening on the ground, they can help government craft the solutions and the programs to address things as they develop moving forward. Now, here are some skills that I'd like us to work on to be future ready in our public service. Here are 7 I's: imagination, initiative, influence. You motivate people without actually forcing them. Innovation, using technology and adapting to deliver service and device solution. Inclusion, working with people within the agency and also outside, both vertically and horizontally. Insight, and this demands that we really look into and be discerning and critical in handling the facts and situation so that we bring to bear really intelligent decision making. Inspiration, get everyone really moving together, working together as one for the missions and the goals of the organization. Here are others. I will not go through them fully, but I'd like to just highlight the last one, which might tend to be neglected. And I've seen it neglected in organization. I've seen it neglected in my years in government. We have to be able to effectively communicate. Strategic communication is one particular area that we specialize in at Sensei, and we've given seminars on this to political groups, Congress, and the private sector. We underscore this as a key element in mobilizing people, but also in managing risk, because it happens so often that something erupts in media or in social media or within an organization, and it just erodes both the good name of an organization and also its key programs are bogged down because of difficulties, problems in communication. So I go back again to our definition, hopefully bringing together many of the things that we talked about. Anticipatory planning combines risk-based thinking with strategic forward planning so that we can deliver public services moving forward. And as I mentioned at the start of this talk, the big challenge next year, even before we get to 2022, 3 budgetary challenges: the massive budget from this year that needs to be rolled out next year, about 3 trillion pesos, combined with the 5 trillion we have to spend next year. On top of that, the change in government, as well as the election ban. So there's a whole load of obstacles in that area. And finally, the need to devolve functions and budgets under the Mandanas ruling that will challenge government and LGUs to be able to implement these programs well. And may I note that I believe the first batch of functions to be devolved are health services. There's a bill now approved in the House and working through the Senate for the transfer of substantial amounts of the ERA to LGU so they can implement health services. And I don't have to tell you, if this is not handled properly in the middle of a pandemic that's still going on, we can have very, very serious and life-threatening problems. Thank you very much. I hope that's this has been helpful for everyone.
Yes, thank you, Sensei
Thank you
President
again.
Saludo. Please give him a virtual clap.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
sir,
much.
Just a brief recap on your talk. You've mentioned about risk, the effect or uncertainty on your organization's objectives. And I think agencies who are doing QMS are familiar with this. And also, sir, these are my key takeaways on your presentation. The 4 W's of addressing risk or risk management: watch, warn, work out, wrestle, or whip, or hindi po yung whip na papaluin, but get people's attention. And also the 7 I's, imagination. I think this is what we need as public servants. We need to have imagination, initiative, influence, innovation, inclusion, insight, and inspiration. I think when we apply this in the way we do things in our jobs, we will inspire the people that we serve, the Filipino people. And for the next presentation, we will appreciate and learn about how risk management is applied to data and information security in government. Okay, data and information. Earlier, nakita po natin sa ating chat box, according to Dr. Pacheco of UP, technology risks affect us all. And I think tama po yun, sir. All right? So here to present this topic is Attorney Adrian Jude G. Echaus, OIC Assistant Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or DICT.
Demonstrated an exemplary history in the fields of government relations, data privacy, and cybersecurity. As a legal practitioner, he holds extensive experience in litigation, labor, and corporate law. His career in the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or DIC, he has been promoted to Director of the Internal Audit Service and subsequently designated as officer in charge of the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Special Concerns of the DIC. So everyone, please welcome Attorney Echaus.
Hindi po namin marinig si Jill.
Good morning, Attorney Echaus.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are loud and clear.
Rose Mariel Canda, Chairperson of the Government Quality Management Committee, DBM. So Undersecretary Kim Robert De Leon from DBM. Mr. Ricardo Saludo, the President of Sensei. Ms. Veronica Gabaldon, Executive Director of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. Mr. Benito Pacheco, Professor from UP Diliman College of Civil Engineering. Ms. Monica Saliendres, so Director of DAP Productivity Development Research Office. Mr. Jonilo De Rosario, so DAP Technical Expert. To our hosts, Ms. Jasmine and Ms. Rika. To our friends and colleagues in the public service, private sector partners, fellow leaders, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. So since the onset of the public health emergency, the government had to step up our efforts to drive digital transformation in the country. So we aim to make ICT services widely accessible, reliable, and secure. So as we work towards inclusive access, we also hope to protect our people who are continually exposed to the dangers of cyberspace. The need to protect our citizens is a particular concern for our most vulnerable sectors, including the youth and the people with low digital literacy. As we rely more and more on internet connectivity and other online resources for our day-to-day living, we need to elevate cybersecurity as a key component for the protection of cyberspace. Under the umbrella of
All right, I think we are experiencing another intermittent connection from the end of Attorney Achaos. Oh, in the meantime, we just would like to invite everyone to please do not forget to log your attendance through the link found in our chat box. And also we would like to remind that those who will be given e-certificates of attendance are for the participants who will attend today and tomorrow's events, the PSQPIF and the GBPR tomorrow. Because after tomorrow's event, we are going to give you the evaluation forms, the event and speakers evaluation forms. So, yan po tayo ng ating e-certificates of attendance. Maraming salamat po. Attorney Achaos, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Apologies, I'm using mobile data right now.
It's okay, sir.
Not in Manila.
Yes, sabi nga po ni Dr. Pacheco earlier, technology risks affect us all. Okay,
Totoo
sir,
yun.
please go
That
ahead.
is tama si Dr. Pacheco.
Yes. Attorney Jude, please go ahead.
Yes, so just to continue, so the Philippine cybersecurity is contained under the umbrella of our National Cybersecurity Plan 2022. So this is our roadmap for the effective management of cybercrime through effective collaboration with law enforcement agencies. So when the DICT started way back in 2016, so ito isa sa pinakaunang policies na ginawa ng DICT, which is the Cybersecurity Plan 2022. So we gathered various stakeholders, engaged them through several consultations to solidify the national strategy for cyber resiliency. The plan was then published on May 2017 and has since become the framework by which government agencies, military, critical information infrastructure, so CIIs, businesses, and the academe base their strategies. Also, so for the DICT, so similarly, to create a safer and a more harmonized cyberspace for Filipinos, the DICT issued the Cloud First policy as part of its government's harmonization efforts. So the policy provides guidelines for the crucial aspects of data ownership and security that are necessary for agencies to optimize the use of ICT in the delivery of its services. So your DICT likewise issued various Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure or PNPKI digital certificates to government agencies and private companies and individuals. So allowing for more secure and authenticated electronic transactions. So this PNPKI actually helps in yung mga parang digital signatures and digital certificates to actually secure online transactions better. As to cyber education, so we are also integrating cybersecurity into the Philippine education system through our child online protection programs. So we have the digital parenting campaigns and the anti-cyber bullying or the Free Internet in Public Places Act. We, the DICT, developed the Child Online Safeguarding Policy or COSP to protect one of the most vulnerable segments of our population, our children. Under the policy, the DICT will monitor children's access to rest assured na hindi nila ma-access yung mga not safe for children na mga content sa internet. DICT? Are properly
Attorney Jude?
Yes, ma'am. Hello,
Sir,
hello.
medyo unstable po yung ating audio. Medyo napuputol-putol po.
Ayan, hello. Hello. Apologies again, ma'am. Dito sa natin. So again, just to narinig na po ako.
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear as of this moment.
Okay, let me continue na lang. So I off my video na. So our plans and programs did not only move forward, but we are actually intensifying and our initiatives as most transactions move online. So, and the need for cybersecurity became even more crucial. So nakita naman natin dito. So sometimes we have connectivity problems, internet problems, like what's happening now. So we really have to focus on the risks, on how to actually mitigate them in the future. So the DICT recognizes that transformation is a process and it requires many reforms to get our desired outcome for the nation. So we are intensifying our efforts and ensuring that our programs, projects, and initiatives are properly suited as assisting the cybercrime investigation and coordination.
Tumigil. Kay Jill. Tuloy-tuloy siya.
Ayan. Hello. So your DICT is closely coordinating with the fellow agencies and law enforcement agencies to promote better governance of digital communication. So we're coordinating with the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, or CICC. So this is one of our attached agencies. So they're tasked to combat the proliferation of misinformation and fake news, to ensure the cyber safety of our citizens as they navigate online platforms. So your DICT also recognizes and supports the efforts of the National Privacy Commission, or NPC, in promoting and implementing data security, as well as mitigating data privacy risks. So right now, from the DICT was based on RA 10844. So the DICT was actually made from the National Computer Center, the Telecommunications Office, or TELOF, the Information and Communications Technology Office, ICTO, the Commission on Information and Communications Technology. What happened was that the DICT underwent various restructuring and redesigning to become the DICT that we know today. So because of its history, the department has numerous processes that have to be streamlined in order to provide of the Philippines. The quality management system. Nawawala yung audio ko. Hello. Ayan. So we have the partnership with the Development Academy of the Philippines. So through the establishment of the quality management system training, so this has improved the quality of the ICT services, and we are on our way to actually have the ISO 9001:2015 certification. So the DICT is grateful for the collaboration with the DAP as well as with the GQFC. Through our collective efforts, the DICT is on its way to become an exemplary agency of efficiency and excellent public service. So now, to my colleagues, the senior career government officials from various national government agencies and government corporations across the country gathered here today. So I call on you to lead the march towards positive, impactful change. Our and expert perspectives on what best practices are imperative to our goal moving onwards through ICT. So I look forward on how the discussions will allow us to build towards our shared goals of digital transformation. So I wish to remind everyone here that your role as leaders of this country is to serve as the front runners of a truly ICT-enabled nation. So again, on behalf of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, so it's my great pleasure to address my fellow leaders in this event. I wish everyone a successful and fruitful forum. So maraming salamat. Magtulungan po tayo. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, OIC ASIC Echaus. Everyone, please give him a virtual round of applause using our Zoom reaction button. Up next, we will discuss the application of risk management in planning and its impacts to sustainability. Executive Director Veronica Gabaldon of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation will deliver this talk.
As the Executive Director of Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, Ms. Veronica T. Gabaldon leads the strategic direction programs and administration of the organization towards the achievement of PDRF's vision to build resilient businesses and communities in the country. Recognized as one of the active women leaders in the DRR community in the country, she led the design, launch, and the operation of the country's only private sector-led operation center in Clark, Pampanga. As a strong advocate of the way private sector engages before and during crisis, she has been active in the Connecting Business Initiative platform of OCHA and UNDP, where she shares her expertise and experiences. Before being appointed as Executive Director, she acted as PDRF's Senior Program Manager, leading the Recovery Program and the Telecommunications Cluster for 18 years. She also headed the Smart Communications for 18 years in the nationwide initiatives and operations to boost customer and community relations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Executive Director Veronica Gabaldon. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are loud and clear.
All right, thank you. And thank you very much for those warm introduction. And also thank you for inviting our organization to this event. I learned a lot, very interesting discussion before my talk. So I hope I will also be able to impart knowledge and best practices from the private sector. So my topic this morning is risk management applied to sustainability. And I will talk about more on the role of the private sector in disaster risk reduction management and how we work closely with the government. So next slide, please. So these will be my topic for this morning. First is I will give you a quick overview of our organization, and then the challenges that we face during service disruption. And then we will talk about risk assessment in the context of business continuity planning, which is largely a best practice from the private sector. And we'll also give you some examples, good practices in the government, and the resilience tools that we have developed over these years. Okay, so next slide, please. So PDRF is a nonprofit organization, which is the primary vehicle for the private sector in coordinating the response and preparedness of the private sector for disaster resilience. So we are an alliance of businesses dedicated to building the disaster management capabilities of the private sector in the country. So we work across all the phases of the RRM, from prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, rehabilitation, and recovery. Next slide, please. And our work is across the country with all these pillars, and we continuously work with the business sector, humanitarian sector, the international organizations, and NGOs and government agencies. So this is a multi-sectoral approach, that because we believe that the role of the private sector will further be strengthened when we work with all sectors in our society. Next slide, please. Right, okay. So PDRF actually operates an emergency operations center, and this is the first. They say this is the first in the world, but let me just be modest. This is the first in the Asia Pacific region. And we actually, the reason why we came up with this operations center is in the aftermath. This is a lesson from in the aftermath of Typhoon Yolanda. During that time, the responses, the efforts of the private sector have been, all over, uncoordinated, and which resulted to affected areas, especially the remote ones, not being able to get assistance. So as a DRR focused organization, we think that a coordinating platform is necessary to harmonize all the efforts of the private sector. And so in the next slide, you will see the timeline of how we came about with our operations center. So the idea started in 2016, and as the practice of the private sector, we piloted it. We set up a prototype emergency operations center in our small office in Makati. And then we make sure to develop the SOPs, practice our own response mechanisms and our coordination methods through the cluster system. As you know, we clustered our member companies according to their core competencies, and our cluster system is also interoperable with that of the government and the UN agencies. So during this time, we were able to activate the EOC several times and respond to major incidents like Typhoon Ferdy and Typhoon Lawin in 2016 and Mount Mayon eruption in 2018. And while everything else is being built in Makati, PDRF was, we already sort of raised funds and designed the fully functional operations center in Clark, Pampanga. So in 2018, we officially opened our operations center in Clark, and during peacetime, it has been the center of excellence and hosted field logistics exercises in partnership with WFP, and also in partnership with Brown University and Ivy League University in the US. We conducted a fellowship program there. In terms of response, next slide, please. The major test actually came in 2019. Sorry, the previous slide. So as a series of major earthquakes struck the country, so from Zambales to Batanes and down to Cotabato, the private sector was always there to support emergency operations and wherever it may be. So this is always in conjunction and with the leadership of the national government agency and also the local government units. So we ended 2019 with typhoons Tisoy and Ursula. In 2020, this was especially hard for the EOC as we opened it with Taal eruption and followed by the COVID-19 pandemic. So these responses required unusual interventions for long periods of time. Then we closed the year with a triple whammy brought about by Super Typhoon Rolly and Typhoon Ulysses during the pandemic. So 2020 was exhausting actually for all of us, but it strengthened our operations center and the network in handling multiple and complex emergencies. So in 2021, we would like to think that we are slowly bouncing back, slowly, like a hammer and dance, as they say, incorporating and reviving the activities that we usually do pre-pandemic. So we aim to recalibrate in 2022 and pursue our long-term goals of capacitating the member company network to provide and respond to disasters, to be the trusted partner of the government before, during, and after disasters, and lastly, to showcase the best practices of the private sector. So all of this we were able to do because we incorporated in our business continuity plan the risk assessment. I don't need to explain the risk management because that have been fantastically explained by Mr. Saludo a while ago. But let me just talk about how we address this need to capacitate organizations, both in the public and private sector. So next slide, please. One of the pillars, major program of PDRF is our Business Continuity and Organizational Resilience Program. So through this program, we were able to customize for different sectors, business continuity planning, and we have also produced guidebooks with practical tips and templates that our stakeholders can use. And on this slide, you will see photos and screenshots of the continuity training sessions we conducted, both before and during the pandemic, as well as the resources we have put together for our micro and small medium enterprises. And the next slide, you will see that in 2016, 2018, we started talking to Office of Civil Defense about developing a public service continuity plan. So we were able to provide technical assistance in coming up with this PSCP. This is a DRRM tool developed by the NDRRMC through the OCD, or Office of Civil Defense, in collaboration with our organization, PDRF, and other relevant NGAs. So the highlights of this include internal capacities, looking into recovery requirements and strategies of an agency or institution that leads toward the continuous delivery of quality public services during an emergency or disaster. So what is a risk assessment? Next slide, please. As I've mentioned, completing a risk assessment is the first step in developing a business continuity plan for your critical functions and services. The risk assessment identifies the probability of risks to an organization and evaluates the impact of these risks developed into an emergency. The list of key risk events that are identified through this risk assessment provide direction for the prioritization, mitigation, and management of risk factors, and will be proactively addressed in the business continuity planning. Ultimately, the risk assessment contributes to greater resilience to disruptive events. Yeah. And so, next slide, how to do a risk assessment? Well, again, it has been discussed a while ago, but let me just give you some key considerations in doing risk assessment. Number one is consider history. In the past 10 years, you ask yourself which threats, emergencies, or disasters in your area affected your operations. And then next is look at the trends. Which incidents or situation happened locally and internationally can potentially affect your organization. And lastly, You can also look into black swan events, no? Those random, catastrophic, which we only know through hindsight. So those are the things to consider when you look when you conduct your risk assessment. Next slide, please. In PSCP, or the Public Service Continuity Planning, as well as in the BCP, or the Business Continuity Planning, we consider all hazards approach. No? Unlike contingency plan, you plan for a specific hazard. But in BCP, it is an all hazards approach, and all hazards, and this is defined as an emergency management approach that recognizes that the actions required to mitigate the effects of emergencies are essentially the same, irrespective of the nature of the incident, thereby permitting an optimization of planning, response, and support resources. So take note, though, that the intention of an all hazards approach is to employ generic emergency planning methodologies, modified as necessary according to the circumstances. Okay, kasi in all aspects, no, or in every emergencies, okay, the essential functions, the basic or the essential functions of the organizations are basically the same. No? That's why it is an all hazards approach, and then you just do some adjustments, no, according to a specific situation. So a risk assessment asks agencies to consider the hazards in their environments and then assess the risk related to the generic outcomes of these hazards. So doing a risk assessment using a business continuity framework, like any other risk management efforts, begins with a risk assessment. No? So business continuity framework, when we do it, it always begins with the risk assessment. So the details of that assessment, however, might be more intricate than most risk and compliance professionals are used to. That's why most organizations use a business continuity framework such as ISO or an NIST, Cybersecurity framework, to work through the risk assessment methodologically. Okay, so the goal of business continuity risk assessment really is, number one, to map the organization's business objectives to processes that support those objectives. And then number two, match those processes to the assets that support the processes. Once you understand how processes and assets support business objectives, the question becomes, how could these assets be put at risk? Okay, so you know how to what measures you will have to take. So let me give you an example. Well, the best example really is with this pandemic, you know. So throughout our, because we're helping in training the LGUs on PSCP, we looked at the implementations done by the LGUs. So one example is in Pasig City. Pasig City was one of the first cities to immediately respond and know how to continue their services for their residents. So these are just examples of what they have done. Skeletal workforce, they identified the prioritized activities and the manpower necessary to carry out their prioritized activities. They also partnered with private sector in providing quarantine facilities and food rotation to people. And then they also developed this mobile palenque to make sure that the critical services won't be disrupted. And then another example is by Makati City. Makati City was one of the first cities to immediately respond and know how to continue their services for their residents. No? So basically, they have the same efforts with Pasig, and but I think one of the good example for Makati is that they were able to do tabletop exercise ahead of the others in testing the PSCP plan that they have drafted. They also, and during this pandemic, they were one of the first to partner with the private sector to maximize vaccination, to maximize resources or facilities in the private sector to be vaccination sites. They also did preparedness innovation, like use of social media platforms such as Facebook and TikTok. And then They also recognized the continued and strengthened partnership of the LGU and the private sector and called them the economic frontliners there. Okay. Another example is done by Mimaropa. PDRF recently conducted a virtual tabletop exercise to test the Department of Interior and Local Government, or DILG, Mimaropa's level of preparedness for disasters using their PSCP. So this marks the first time a regional government agency performed an exercise to test their PSCP. The ILG Mimaropa was the pioneer region in the department to have its PSCP approved and adopted effective March 15 of this year. So the exercise was designed to test the effective implementation of the PSCP, and specifically by assessing the awareness of the personnel. Importante po ito. Most plans fail because we were not able, the agencies or the organizations were not able to effectively roll out, raise awareness of the plans down to the staff level. So identifying any gaps between the plan and actual implementation, that's the beauty of doing tabletop exercises. Makikita mo kung ano yung gaps nyo pa, and making necessary recommendations to update the plan. So the plan, hindi po tinatago sa cabinet yan. Pagkatapos, it has to be a living document, and you make sure that you continuously update it. No? And then, next slide. Our continuity programs have reached a diverse multitude of partners from different sectors, from the UN system, private sector member companies, the academe, regional and local government agencies, and even hospitals, where we integrated the principles of health resilience, very relevant during this pandemic. Next slide, please. So as part of the pivot to digital transformation and to adapt to the prevalence of remote working setup, PDRF launched its digital platform, learning platform, the iAdapt, which stands for Innovations Academy for Disaster Awareness, Preparedness, and Training. So through this platform, we were able to survive and continue our work in capacitating our partners by immediately pivoting to a fully digital platform. So this platform is free and allows for both synchronous and asynchronous learning, and our learners can take the courses at their own pace, and the catalog includes a variety of topics including championing business continuity, PSCP, family preparedness, and the like there. So we still have more to come, so please register. Registration is free. We will drop the link in the chat box so that you can access it. Next slide, and I think I'm on to my last slide already. In the spirit of adaptation and innovation, we also developed different resilience tools, such as the previously mentioned Micro and Small Medium Enterprise Guidebook and our PSCP guidebook. So those are all both available in our iAdapt. You can download those guidebooks. We also have the Matinag comic book, which we did early on to serve as an inspiration for those who are quite lost what to do with this pandemic. And then we also have the Katatagan in a Box. It is a mobile app where you can do your business continuity planning. Very handy, very accessible. So our programs are carefully curated and developed to ensure relevance to our partners and stakeholders, as well as responsive to the needs of the communities. Thank you very much for listening, and we would like to learn more. If you want to learn more, please feel free to reach out to us. And thank you very much for having us here, and we would like to continue our partnership with our government counterparts. Have a nice day and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Veronica Gabaldon. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing PDRF's, or the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation's, application of risk management in planning. And also you mentioned, you shared with us the PDRF's business continuity plan, which included a risk plan. And I think, thank you very much for also mentioning that risk assessment is very important in any organizations, and that as organizations, especially public service organizations, we must be able to evaluate the impacts of those risks that we have identified. And also, ma'am, thank you for sharing the tips on how to do risk assessment in the event that some of the organizations are doing or conducting risk assessment at the moment. Consider history, trends, and those black swan and random catastrophic events that we experience. All right, maraming salamat po really for a very good sharing of the best practice of the PDRF. We learned a lot from your sharing, ma'am. Have a nice day too, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Now on to our fourth presentation. We will discuss how adopting service quality standards, or SQS, reinforces risk-based thinking, and share with you the results of the Mentimeter poll regarding the question, what risks do you associate with frontline government service delivery? Joining us this morning to present this topic is Director Monica D. Saliendres.
Ms. Monica D. Saliendres is a fellow at the Development Academy of the Philippines. She is currently the director of the Productivity Development Research Office, or PIDRO, under the DAP's Productivity and Development Center. Her work experience includes program management, monitoring and evaluation, application of quality and productivity systems throughout the agro-industry's value chain, and benchmarking, among others. She conducted research work for the agriculture sector in the Philippines, India, Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam. She also serves as faculty advisor and program representative for the Public Management Development Program Scholars of the DAP, and has served as a Philippine Quality Award Assessor for both the public and private sectors. Her published works include the use of information and communications technology in the agriculture sector. She has more than 20 years of experience with the public sector and holds a Master in Public Administration, major in Public Policy and Program Administration from the University of the Philippines, where she also earned her bachelor's degree in Public Administration. Please all welcome Director Monica Saliendres.
Thank you, Jill, for that very generous introduction. To our partner, the Department of Budget and Management, led by Undersecretary Kim Robert C. De Leon, to the President of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert C. Caranan Jr., to the members of the Quality Government Management Committee, to my fellow presenters, the reactors, panelists from the government and private sectors, colleagues in DAP and in the government sector from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. A pleasant morning to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity to present the results of the DAP PDC Productivity and Development Center study on service quality standards under the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP. The title of this presentation, as you can see in your screen, Adopting Service Quality Standard to Reinforce Risk-Based Thinking. Let me just walk you through the outline of my presentation. First of all, I'm going to talk about the various risks on frontline government service delivery. Second, we will define what we mean when we talk about service quality standards, followed by managing risk through service quality standards. And we will finish with risk-based thinking for continuous improvement on frontline government service delivery. For the first topic, the risk on frontline government service delivery, I would like to thank you for participating in our Menti survey, and let me share the results of that survey that we done earlier. So as you can see on your screen, the question is about what risk do you associate with frontline government service delivery? And here are your answers. Okay, the most prominent answer from the audience is actually related to health risk, like COVID and being contaminated, or being the risk of contracting COVID. And then of course, there's this attitude problem also of our frontliners, and then coupled with employee or frontliners burnout. And then of course, we have the unsatisfied customers or complaints coming from them, and then some social strain. I did not see technology-related risk, but we are very much experiencing that right now. But all these risks that you identify are really understandable. They are really relatable. And thank you for sharing this. So at least we contextualize what are the risks that our frontliners or risks that the risks that are related to delivery of our frontline government service. Okay, there are a lot of risks out there, and I think we will not run out of it. But for this presentation, I would like to highlight process risk affecting frontline government service delivery. Actually, these are the kind of risks that you identified a while ago. And process risk is a type of operational risk, as most processes are part of the day-to-day operation of an organization. First on the list of process-related risks is the infrastructure risk, such as failure of basic communication linkages, and associated with this is the information technology risk. This could include technology errors, internet problem, data security incident, and this is quite an issue now, especially that we are going digital. And of course, we have human error types of risks, like inaccurate date of birth on your pension plan, wrong spelling of encoded name, and list goes on. The fourth one is about workplace safety, which was prominently identified. Basically, they are threats to human health and physical safety. Then we have risks on mechanical failure due to breakdown of equipment that can easily disrupt our processes. And lastly, we have process quality risks, meaning the quality of the process itself leads to failure. To cite an example, a client service process may work under normal condition but may fail when there is a sudden spike in the volume of transaction. The ISO 9001:2015 introduces risk-based thinking as a systematic approach to risk that should be incorporated throughout the entirety of an organization's QMS. This forces the organization to be proactive rather than reactive, which promotes continual improvement. A risk-based QMS ultimately ensures that the needs and expectation of clients are met and the gaps in delivery are addressed all throughout the cycle, and especially under any disruption or emerging challenges. Having identified, next slide please, having identified the risks associated in the delivery of frontline government service and the importance of the risk-based QMS, how do we now ensure consistency in service delivery across all levels? Even including geographic areas, if you have regional offices, how do we use the information on the expectation of customer to address process-related risk? Enter service quality standards. Service quality standards define the level of which, in terms of management and service provision, service units are expected to attain. There are companies' rules of guidelines that inform and shape the customer relationship with the business or the organization at every step throughout the customer experience. In government context, service standards are the rules of engagement between government and citizen. Service standards include targets such as waiting time, hours of operation. Service beneficiaries are entitled to know what level of service they should expect and how services will be delivered and how much they will pay. Example of SQS are: you are able to answer phone within 3 rings, greet each customer by first name. You are able to respond to every customer inquiry within 60 minutes. And if you are seeing a line of more than 3 customers waiting in a queue line, or you will open a new queue. And then there's also related to complaint, you will resolve a complaint within 4 hours or within a day. So those are the kind of service quality standards that an organization can establish or use to enhance their service delivery. Here are some of the usual objectives of public sector organization in establishing SQS. First, clearly define the purpose of the objectives, the purpose and objectives of the service, and make it make the mode of delivery more transparent. Manage resources effectively with flexibility, innovation, and continuous quality improvement. You would like to identify and respond to specific service user needs in terms of timeliness, accuracy, and suitability. You also implement SQS to empower customer service employees to resolve complaints, problems, and questions as quickly and as satisfactorily as possible. For both, this is beneficial for both the customer and the government. That's also, you do SQS as a respect to the rights of service user. Adopting SQS to reinforce risk-based thinking results in 5 Cs. The first one is a risk-based QMS ensures the conformity to service quality standards that have been identified by clients themselves. So we will ensure service consistency. It also, even in the midst of disruption of public service, even, for example, natural disaster or public health emergency or technological problems, you still will be able to ensure that your service is consistent and you will continue delivering that service. In the end, you will have client satisfaction, and their confidence ultimately will increase. In confidence in the government will be maintained or improved. And then commitment of government to deliver service based on standards from the transacting public helps ensure excellent service delivery. So how do we establish SQS in our organization to ensure consistency and overcome uncertainties in service delivery? This is where the SQS journey comes in. As mentioned earlier, service quality standards are evidence-based or standards directly extracted from the needs and expectation of client. We all know that risks in frontline service delivery are implied and inherent in the system. Getting feedback from the clients, their satisfaction level, and service features that are important to them will help us in identifying where and what risks are, and in ensuring that we know where we are now and where do citizens and businesses want us to be. And ultimately, we will be addressing the process-related risks. The improvement planning and implementation model I'm sharing with you and I'm presenting to you is a modified version of the Institute for Citizen-Centered Service of Canada. The SQS journey begins with where are we now, followed by where do the citizens and businesses want us to be, and then you start asking how we will get there, and lastly, how do we make it happen? Remember that when we get client expectation, the organization work to reduce the probability of negative results such as complaints and help increase the probability of reaching our objectives. Next slide. Our journey starts with, of course, an assessment of the current state. And what current state are we in right now? We have the COVID-19, a once-in-a-lifetime public health emergency. I do hope it's just once in a lifetime. And as we all know, COVID-19 brought the world to a standstill. One of the most severely affected is how government continue. The governments were able to continue to deliver public services when almost everyone was forbidden to go out of their homes. The lockdowns resulted to the loss of direct physical access to public services, but the government still needs to respond to the needs and expectation of the citizen. Hindi naman po na-stop ang government, so it's we still needs their services. The time of COVID-19 pandemic, therefore, is an opportunity to use evidence-based SQS and deliver frontline service, not only to meet expectation, but also to manage risk. In terms of where we were before the pandemic, the DAP in 2018 and 2019 conducted surveys to identify the attributes that are important to citizens and businesses, as well as to measure drivers of client satisfaction and attributes that are important to them. In 2020, the first year of the COVID pandemic, a national survey on citizen satisfaction was also conducted. And let me share the results. What attributes mattered to citizen pre-pandemic time? These top service attributes are based on identification of essential service attributes that or features that were most important to citizen in 2018 and to businesses in 2019. This can be used as minimum set of service quality standards for government-wide quality improvement. In both years, there were 6 attributes that were common to both groups. These attributes relate to physical appearance, professionalism, physical facilities, service hours, payment method, and form simplicity. Pre-pandemic, the transacting public valued attributes or features of a service related to capability of frontline staff to perform their duties, easy and secure payment, fast transaction, comfortable waiting areas. During the next slide, during the pandemic, these are the top service attributes that matter to citizens in 2020. I mentioned a while ago that's pre-pandemic and now it's pandemic time. Notably, the key service attributes include observance of health protocols or attributes that would make them complete their transaction faster and in the safety of their homes by transacting online. So what changed from 2018, 2019, the pre-pandemic time to 2020? 2 attributes remain consistently cited as important for 3 years. Clean, well-lighted area and fast transaction. Then we have 2 important attributes specific to COVID-19 responses. Ito po yung bago. Observance of health protocols and of course wearing of face mask and face shield. Okay, so in terms of drivers of satisfaction or the attributes that contributed to the level of satisfaction that our transacting public gave to government frontline service, for 3 years, these are the consistent drivers. Updated information, updated, useful, and accurate information, adequate service hours, and reasonable fees. Again, there's 2 drivers very specific to COVID. Included here are the clean and well-lighted waiting area, and again, observance of minimum health protocols. So what I just shared are information that you may use in crafting your own SQS with the evidence-based information anchored on a 3-year study. We'll have our 2021 result of the study, and we will present that to you next year. And the second stage of the journey is to determine where our client want us to be. So you need to measure your client's expectation. If you are a public sector servicing both citizens and businesses, it will be best to know and segmentize your clients. Measuring their expectation, what service attributes are important to citizens, important to businesses, and then you have to identify your priorities based on clients and customer responses, because we know that we have limited resources, we have limited time, so you have to prioritize. So a tool that can help you with prioritization is the Importance Performance Matrix tool, or which serves as an evidence-based guide to decision-making and prioritization of service design improvement plan. Attributes where you scored low in satisfaction but rated highly important by your clients, this is where you would like to concentrate your improvement efforts. For example, based on the 2018 study, attributes or service features that public sector can prioritize in their improvement effort relate to, first, adequate service hours, updated information, number of staff providing the service, and the length of processing time. For the 2020 and 2021 priority matrix, please visit the PDC website. We'll update you using our website. And then after that, after prioritizations comes the plan, and then the implementation and evaluation. I'd just like to remind that your improvement plan, next slide, please. Your improvement plans, aside from the usual elements of a plan, like you have the targets, milestones, resources, who are accountable, and the timelines. We need to remember that your plan is like your buy-in. You are selling the concept of service standards. So the standards your organization will establish should become a part of your everyday operation until these standards are delivered consistently and naturally, no? Becoming a way of life. Okay, and embedded in the process of risk-based thinking is the need to continuously improve. Hence, it is important that you should have service standards that can be monitored accurately. Approaches like benchmarking, research study, and outcome-based evaluation will further enhance your SQS, and thereby creating a more responsive, resilient, and future-ready organization. Let me leave you with additional insights we derive from the study, from our studies. In time of new normal, the public want to spend shorter time as possible outside, interacting with just a few people. Pre-pandemic, we already know that the public needs and expect from the government in the delivery of public service, and that is basically timeliness, fast transaction, professionalism. Under the new normal, there was a shift in needs and expectation. But one thing is for sure, they still want fast service. Okay, for specifically for face-to-face transaction, it is important for clients that frontliners observe health protocols, like wearing of face masks, clean waiting areas, you sanitize them, you disinfect them. The public prefers few interactions, so you need the need for helpful frontliners and fast and timely transaction is they are really important just to reduce the risk of contracting COVID-19. And I think that's the reason why we are all in our homes right now conducting this conference. And then the phone and online transaction, there are, these are alternative ways of service delivery, and the public clamor for improved feature for these service modalities, online and phone transaction. Adapting risk-based thinking in your service delivery and establishing evidence-based SQS will make public sector more agile. In summary, the findings and recommendations of the studies are: first, the risk can be addressed through adoption of multimodal public service delivery. What do we mean? What do we mean by that? You have online, you have face-to-face, you have phone services. But for online services, we need to strengthen these online services with focus on usability of website. It's not just for website's sake. And it should have secure payment methods built within your website. We need to address access to online services through better connection. And I think, as I mentioned before, technology risk is really apparent during our seminar, but we are banking that our audience are really resilient and will continue to be with us throughout the conference. So we need to address that if we will be offering online. No? For face-to-face, we need to expand face-to-face to include IT option to fast-track transaction while reducing interaction. And for phone services, this particular modality may be underutilized now, no? Because people will call if they know this particular mode of service delivery is working. There's a clear person to contact, the telephone numbers are working. So hence you have to have updated and accurate information on your phone numbers and make sure that they are really working. So SQS is there to improve responsiveness and accessibility. It builds reliability, especially during the pandemic, such as the observance of health protocols, provision of updated, complete, and accurate information. And of course, SQS also provides assurance of easy and secure payment for transaction. So you just have to use the SQS, right? So I would like to share this quote from the former Foreign Minister of South Korea, Kang Kyung-ha, Awa. I have to say, our public is very demanding and expect the highest standards from government service. And I think this is the key that drive our response to this COVID-19 pandemic. And as we all know, South Korea is one of those who have a good response mechanism for this COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so if you have further comments, please feel free to ask later or contact us through various means. They are plus on your screen. And if someone in the audience is involved in business, please participate. Plugging na rin po ito in our ongoing survey to identify these expectations of the business sector in the new normal. Please visit the PDC website for more information. So para sa sapat at mahusay na serbisyo, magandang umaga po at Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Saliendres. Everyone, let us give her a virtual round of applause using the Zoom reaction button. Before we continue with the next speaker, we'd like to inform everyone that the presentation materials will be available after the presentations. The link to the presentation materials folder will be posted in the chat box. So again, to remind everyone, please refer to the chat box for the link to the presentation materials folder. And now for our last presentation, we will discuss how risk-based policy, planning, and implementation is advanced in various governments around the globe. Here with us today to present this topic is Mr. Ronald Jackson.
Our speaker heads the Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery Team, or DRT, for building resilience in the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, in Geneva, Switzerland. He is a member of both the Crisis Bureau Senior Management Team and the GPN Management Team. His appointment on May 1st, 2020 follows 7 years of unwavering exemplary service as Executive Director of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, or the CIDEMA. Under his stewardship, the agency gained further recognition and prominence throughout the Caribbean and globally as one of the foremost regional disaster risk management institutions and a preferred partner for a safe and more resilient Caribbean. Mr. Jackson has also provided sterling leadership of regional coordination and responses to various disasters that hit the Caribbean region. His key areas of expertise include disaster risk and crisis prevention and management, physical planning, and environmental resource development and emergency response. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Ronald U. Jackson. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to your participants. Forgive the voice. It's very early morning here, so I'm trying to wake up my voice as well. Let me also thank you for the opportunity to share my presentation with you on the topic. Allow me to share my screen. You should be seeing my presentation now. Can you confirm? So I'll be talking a little bit about managing risk and uncertainty towards new approaches and a new actionable framework for risk governance. And one of the things we certainly recognize over this last year, and several of the speakers touched on it, is that the pandemic has exposed flaws in the management of risks as we know it. We accept that we're living in a world of increasingly complex and interconnected risks. Whilst it is not unusual that we've been facing these types of risk in our past, we recognize that the challenge for policymakers, for business leaders, for community leaders, is that the risk is changing at a rapid rate. The frequency and intensity are, of course, increasing, shifting radically. And of course, the nature of the geographical spread of these threats and subsequent risk are rendering our approaches, traditional approaches that is, as increasingly ill-suited. And I think COVID brought this home to us over this past 2 years, highlighting the limitations, revealing interconnectedness, certainly when we look at some of the cascading events some of the countries have faced, and the systemic nature of risk today. Insufficient attention has been paid to the current and future risk landscape in which singular and multi-hazard risks manifest themselves. In fact, whether we're talking about climate change, climate variability, pandemics, antibiotic resistance, increasing economic and financial instability, spread of transnational criminal networks or terrorism, or be it cyber disinformation, disruption, geopolitical volatility, or conflict, we need to get a better understanding of the multiple occurring threats and the complex risk they create. And this could help us to shed new light on how we manage disaster risk and how we understand risk as a product of these processes and their contribution to shaping today's landscape as well as tomorrow's landscape. We recognize that many of the existing disaster management tools are actually applicable in this context. But first, we have to grasp sort of a multidimensional nature of the problem and recognize that most of the challenges we're facing are indeed systemic. So the current risk landscape as we know them are characterized by these emerging threats. I listed them before, but I've given you, a graphic there to kind of help us to appreciate what many of these are. We know that risk is increasingly complex, and while the technical details of each differ, there are commonalities in how we understand these risks, whether we're talking about natural hazards, pandemics, food insecurity, or cyber disinformation. One, we need to look at the balance and feedback loops between hazard exposure and vulnerability in constructing different risk contexts. Two, we need to look at short, medium, and long-term social and human economic impacts of these hazard events. Who are the people that are vulnerable and their multifaceted needs? We need to appreciate and actually focus fundamentally on the drivers of risk, and these include the role of informality, exclusion, poverty, marginalization, chronic and everyday risk from different groups and different disaster events. Each of these that I've shared on the screen can result in a disaster. So I think one of the first fundamental things we have to do is remove this thinking that disasters are only caused from a natural hazard such as a flood or a hurricane. Once any of these outstrip our capacities, whether at the local government level or national government level or community level, we are in fact in a disaster. So that's the first thing we have to appreciate if we're going into this new realm of managing risk. And this, as I said, COVID really brought this home to us. And many agencies, many governments were actually redeveloping new mechanisms for managing COVID when they already had the sort of platforms that could have provided quick, agile responses to the issue. So what does our future look like? I've tried to use some graphical representation to perhaps bring some description to that. And there's a growing recognition that risk is inherent in development. It is not external, abnormal, or rare, or spatially concentrated. Most disasters are not the 8.5 event we will see on the Richter scale. Many of them are smaller scale and more frequent, such as seasonal flooding, long wave like the spread of HIV, and in this case, COVID. And most disasters are strongly determined by the level of vulnerability. So what we need essentially is a risk governance regime that is directed towards these multiple and extensive risks, as well as a high profile, low probability ones, and a regime that can adapt to new threats, particularly as we move in this era of uncertainties. Outside of taking cognizance of the local implications, we need to also have an appreciation of global threats related to risk and the implications they hold for the local context. Emerging global threats characteristics, for example, and I have some of them on the screen, the interconnected transboundary type of events. And we can use the Tohoku earthquake as an example of this interconnected experience. We saw the tsunami damaging the Fukushima nuclear plant, but that had ripple effects to the surrounding areas in relation to the radiation release across the Pacific Ocean. The transboundary threats, and here we can look at the detrimental events of the floods, the 2011 Thai floods, for example, and the impact it had on supply chain, disrupting the global economy. The volcanic eruption in Europe and North Atlantic as well, which disrupted air transportation and the movement of goods. Transformational climate change adaptation pathways in low-lying Pacific island states, looking at what we call climate migration. And this is not only unique to the Pacific, it is also happening where it is driving movement within other regions of the world. Simultaneous, and this we can look at the COVID-19 pandemic, and where we had the sort of cascading events occurring simultaneously to the pandemic itself. And this happened not just in the Pacific or Asia, but across the world. So it really demonstrates to us that disasters and disaster risk does not manifest or have impacts in isolation. So therefore, traditional approaches to managing them, which seeks to tackle a single hazard by hazard approach, is becoming more and more obsolete. So we have to move away from this single hazard approach. So we recognize certainly that the pandemic can be understood as a warning sign, and really gives us a sense of how we should be looking into the future. In this regard, the complexity of the interrelationships between different issues, health, financial, public order, and disasters has become more and more obvious in the context of the COVID-19, and the need for visible governance reforms to address these gaps is increasing. Exploring risk governance regimes for concurrent threats hold or could reveal new insights into the trade-offs and opportunities for leveraging greater coherence across risk management systems. So as we look at a new and actionable paradigm for the governance of systemic risk, we must recognize that a deeper understanding of the way risk exists in risk governance regime intersects for concurrent threats. For example, disaster risk governance regimes for natural hazards do not occur in isolation, but are operationalized in the context of multiple pre-existing and emerging threats, shocks, and stresses, including climate variability, change, conflict, and security. So we have to ask ourselves a few questions. How best can we collectively tackle pandemic threats, such as COVID-19? How do we enable peace and security concurrent with reducing natural hazard-related disaster risk in the context of a global depression? COVID-19 highlighted important gaps in international and national risk governance. And so lessons from COVID-19 and from the contradictory and inefficient way in which management of different threats have developed separately with different governance regimes should be enough to recognize the need for seriously rethinking and reworking our risk governance schemes. Some examples: should each country have a risk ombudsman or a chief risk officer? How should risk registers be developed and acted upon? And we're talking now from the context of a multidimensional analysis of risk. Do we have the tools to conduct multidimensional risk assessments? Do we need to integrate risk management systems with different sections or functions for different types of risk and disasters? How should these be adapted to different country contexts, recognizing cultural, historical, social, and economic development factors, which certainly play a key role? So in terms of as we look at the ultimate challenges, like all other types of risk, systemic risk is socially constructed. This implies that exposure, vulnerability, resilience are endogenous rather than exogenous characteristics. And many of us believe that we are not responsible for the risk that is being created. We create them every day in terms of our public investment, in terms of our private investment. The things we're doing, risk is indeed socially constructed and inherent in terms of how we do business and how we operate. It also implies that the ways systems are structured and organized and the ways they internalize risk are also the socially produced, underlying drivers such as poverty and inequality, badly planned and managed urban infrastructure development, environmental degradation, conflict, displacement, and weak territorial governance are all socially constructed features. The underlying drivers are constantly unfolding and reflect the logic, dynamics, and value characteristics of the political economy and the political economy decision making. So, as we seek to rethink our risk governance regimes, I've placed on the screen a set of must-dos as we seek to rethink. How are we looking at ways to better deal with interconnected risk and uncertainties for unexpected change? We talked about an uncertain future that we're heading into. How can we link national with regional and global scales to transform the increasingly globalized nature of risk? How do we entertain transparent dialogues on trade-offs between decisions on risk-informed versus risk-blind policies? It's something that doesn't happen well, recognizing the trade-offs and having the sort of critical dialogue, not just within government and the private sector, but also with the population who should be at the center of the development decision making. How do we offer new forms of public and social accountability that truly seeks to leave no one behind? So, just before I go into further details, one of the key important things we have to do is really try to come to a definition of what is systemic risk. I know many of the thinkers, particularly UNDRR, who is key for leading on defining or setting the standards for many of these definitions, are, somewhat not rushing to define it, but here's a very clear definition of what systemic risk is. And of course, as the screen says, it talks about risk being socially constructed, and it always reflects the trade-offs between the privatization of gains and the socialization of risk that characterize the political economy. The adjective systemic refers not only to the cascading and nonlinear impacts in social and economic systems, but above all, the process through which risk is socially constructed and accumulated in those contexts. So some of the forms of systemic risk which we have seen, synchronous failures in multiple systems associated with interdependence, for example, in the case of Dominica after Hurricane Maria, or in New York after Hurricane Sandy, where we began to see failures in an entire system from power to transport to supply chain. It could be sequential in terms of the impact of complex ecosystems, such as in supply chains affected across spatial and temporal timescales. And here we look at RMG industry fires in Bangladesh in 2012 to 2013, which affected European and North American markets. The tsunami in Japan and Chao Phraya floods in Thailand in 2011 also affected global supply chains for a long time. It could also be simultaneous crisis associated with multiple triggers that can have a compounding impact, such as the drought in northeastern Syria, food insecurity in Zimbabwe, massive immigration of low-income Venezuelans into Colombia, already characterized by conflict, violence, and income inequality. Impacts may also be incremental, but non-linear until the system reaches a tipping point when the consequences seem sudden and dramatic and too big and too interconnected to deal with within an available resource. And here we can look at the RLC in Central Asia and the climatic implications for many of the small island nations. In terms of gaps in our current understanding of systemic risk, at present, systemic risk is not on the agenda of most low and middle income countries. And governance frameworks are still challenged to address what we refer to as conventional risk. Even when some may have advanced risk governance systems in place, they are still very much focused on a hazard by hazard context and are not making the connections, and therefore the resources that are being deployed are not making the greatest impact and effects. These frameworks are limited and are treating what is known risk. So once we have the unknown or the black swan events, we are struggling. However, in some instances, there has been a global momentum to shift resources towards comprehensive risk governance. For example, as we tackle climate change, within that whole package of climate risk, we're beginning to see some instances of linking. Governments and corporations have come together to improve compliance mechanisms and outcomes. And we see this in Bangladesh. We see certification mechanisms in some sectors, such as sustainable fishing or building, are helping to change the consumer market and priorities. The extent that countries can demonstrate strengthened governance to manage risk and to ensure resilience and sustainability, this will strengthen their competitive edge and their capacity to attract capital and investment. COVID-19 provides an opportunity, a space for a paradigm shift in the way risk is understood and governed. So some of the recommended shifts we are promoting are here, where we're looking at, as long as systemic risk governance is understood as the protection of the predominant development paradigm from a supposedly exogenous and expected threat, the focus of risk identification and estimation will continue to focus on hazard triggers. Improved understanding of vulnerability and exposure patterns provides valuable insights into systemic risk perspectives of the specificities of the triggering event. Although uncertainties regarding triggering event may be increasing, improved data and modeling makes possible to increase certainty with respect to underlying and pre-existing patterns. We need to ensure that risk is internalized in the public and private sector, and also in our development investment decisions making, and that they are correctly assessed, including a clear definition of who owns the risk, who is responsible for it, and who is accountable and liable for risk transfer to other sectors and territories. For this to happen, we need committed participation in decision-making to require all of the parties who are affected, whether directly or indirectly, to be involved in the process. Managing systemic risk at a local level has a profoundly global outlook. Manifestations of systemic risk in local infrastructure systems, supply chains, and ecosystems are not ultimately autonomous local issues. They crystallize the operation of underlying global risk drivers. And of course, we have to shift from an almost exclusive focus on protection of privatized gains in the financial systems, strategic economic infrastructure, and global supply chains towards a management and a reduction of our social construction of risk. So as we move beyond these recommended shifts, what we're talking about is moving from the old paradigm, which you see in blue, to a new paradigm as outlined in the green boxes there. So what UNDP is doing here is we're looking at a systems approach to building resilient societies within what we call our enhanced risk-informed development. And it's a program we're hoping to roll out in many of our countries, program countries. And it is really targeted at government. Risk-informed development, as you know, is not necessarily a new concept. It really goes far back to 1989, but we've never really grounded that concept into a process. It has largely been considered pretty much the input of risk information into a development process, but it's a little bit more involved than that. And I'm going to quickly walk you through that. Why are we doing it? Certainly, I mean, beyond what we've learned from COVID in 2019, we recognize that the current trajectory of conflicts, disasters, and fragility is challenging the achievement of the SDGs. In fact, we recognize that many of them in the last 2 years have slipped behind many of these SDGs as a result of the integrated nature of the impact of COVID, which started as a health crisis, but quickly impacted so many different elements of the SDGs. We recognize that development itself can be a major driver of risk. So often we're talking about protecting development from risk, but we're not looking at the fact that development, the investments themselves are driving risk now and in the future. And of course, risk is becoming increasingly systemic and multidimensional. So what we're proposing is a multi-risk approach. It emphasizes the capturing of the dynamics of intersecting threats, and it is starting on the building blocks of the climate and disaster risk governance practice, but embracing a much wider systemic approach. There are 3 tiers. There's the policy and program support, which is leveraged with government partners. There's a tier that looks at collaboration within the UN system, who needs themselves to have a risk-informed lens in how we do programming, and also an internal piece for UNDP itself as a development organization. And it really is delivered in these 5 buckets, if you want to call them that. They can be treated as a process, or it can be treated as an entry point based on where a country is on the spectrum. And within the boxes, you will note we're moving through a use of the evidence, and here linking more of the tools around what we call risk analytics, and marrying that with tools such as artificial intelligence. And last year you would have had a presentation on Foresight. We're blending these tools together to begin to look at the evidence base that will eventually drive the policy making. 2, when we look at the risk-informed policy making, we're looking at policy coherence, and particularly trying to understand the policy trade-offs and how those will be managed now and in the future. And we're looking at tools such as futures analysis, scenario building, and how that helps us to see a little bit further in the future. Here, recognizing that risk is not linear. There are a number of other intervening variables. And then we go into the risk-informed implementation approach. And tools that we look to apply here are things like, again, scenario planning, but also adaptive approaches to risk governance, stress testing, capacity assessment, and some of the diagnostic tools that are out there. So it's also a bit about how we're using existing tools and applying them within this process. Then we look at the sustainable financing for risk-informed development. And we're looking now at public expenditure reviews, risk-informed integrated national financing frameworks, economic modeling and cost-benefit analysis, etc. And then finally, ensuring that people are at the center of the whole process, engaging the stakeholder in this decision-making loop, making sure no one is left behind. And here, tools such as the political economy analysis becomes very important, often underutilized in a risk-based approach. So some of the policy entry points, as I've said before, are listed there. But in summary, one of the things we have to bear in mind is that mainstreaming a risk governance intervention, countries with strong governance is where we will begin to see some of the important principles upheld for us to do better at mainstreaming and having lower outcomes in terms of our risk. An enhanced risk governance approach is designed to assist governments to do several things. 1, to better deal with interconnected risk, uncertainties, and unexpected change, to connect local authorities and draw on bottom-up processes and innovation for rapidly identifying and managing emerging risk and opportunities, to link national with regional and global scales to transform increasingly globalized nature of risk, to offer new forms of public and societal accountability by leaving no one behind today and in the future, and to engage a broader network of stakeholders that presents a range of perspectives on risk at all scales, public, societal, formal, informal, actors within a system. And finally, to entertain transparent dialogues on trade-offs between decisions on risk-informed versus risk-line policymaking. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm happy to hopefully answer any questions, or perhaps if you contact us, we can walk you through the approach to risk-informed development.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We might contact you anytime soon, sir. Maraming salamat po, as we say it in Filipino. Now that concludes our presentations. And once again, thank you to all our presenters. We shall now pause for a 5-minute break. And if you are interested to apply as a Government Quality Management Program beneficiary agency and interested more about service SQS, please watch these videos. And after the quick break, we will be extending the session for just a little bit to accommodate the panelist reactions and open forum. Maraming salamat po.
Welcome back, everyone. Our moderator for the open forum is the DAP Vice President and the Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management, or GSPDM, Dr. Lizan E. Perante Calina. She is also the President of the Philippine Society for Public Administration, or PSPA, the President of the Philippine Futures Thinking Society, or PhilFutures, and one of the advisory board members of the Washington Global Institute. She is also part of the Philippine Navy Reserve Force with the rank of Chief Petty Officer, a distinguished academic scholar, an international publication awardee, an author of books and journals, both local and international, and a resource person in capacity building programs and conferences in the field of public administration. Dr. Perante Calina is an alumna of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she finished her master's and doctorate degrees in public administration, and of the University of Negros Occidental Recoletos for her undergraduate degree, where she finished cum laude. She enriched her expertise through vast educational experiences, including her attendance in various executive courses. She will facilitate the Q&A, the panel discussion, and provide the synthesis of today's discussions. Dr. Perante, Kalina, are you there?
Yeah, thank you so much. Isang magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Good morning and welcome back to the session wherein we'll be discussing the insights and perspectives of our participants and likewise our reactors. And I'm very privileged to be part of this activity. So at this point in time, I would like to introduce our reactors. Actually, we have two reactors, and our first reactor is Dr. Benito Pacheco, a professor of UP Diliman Institute of Civil Engineering. Dr. Pacheco is professor and former director of the Institute of Civil Engineering, University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is member academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology, and with specialization in disaster risk management, wherein he contributes to academe, industry, and community through research, teaching, consultancy, and administration. Among his current areas of involvement are resilience and sustainability of structures and buildings in the Philippines, all hazards approach to disaster risk management, value of a statistical life, and interaction of foresight, opportunity, uncertainty, and risk. So let's welcome Dr. Ben Pacheco. Good morning, Dr. Ben.
Good morning, Dean. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Very well, Dr. Ben. We can hear you well.
And I would request to share the slides. Thank you for inviting me here at the DAP, even virtually. The last time I believe I was in the panel was from 5 years ago. And it was about earthquake engineering. Can we start the slides? Thank you for inviting me to DAP, and in turn, let me invite you to University of the Philippines through the next slide, please. The next slide, please. In the next slide, we shall see the main building of my institute. Of course, we do earthquake engineering. Of course, we do typhoon engineering, storm surge engineering. But it's not only engineering that we do. We recognize that disaster risk management is, as explained this morning, interconnected with all aspects of society. For example, if transportation or housing or buildings would fail, such infrastructure failure, would that be classified as technological risk? We shall see in the next slide, which I, of course, adapt from the World Economic Forum, that failure of public infrastructure is well recognized as a societal risk in the next 10 years. And hence, civil engineers, scientists in general, we do not confine ourselves, we shouldn't confine ourselves to thinking about the science and the physics, but in fact, society, technology, environment, economic, and geopolitics. All these were already explained by our previous presenters today. I had the privilege of listening to all of them, and at the same time, I have an invitation to share with all supervisory, managerial, and leadership persons in our room. How about foreseeing the risks and the futures of residential structures in the Philippines in the next 30 years? So in the next slide, this is just one concrete example of what we're talking about, that we have to jointly, in a way, multisectoral, interdisciplinary, whether government sector or private sector think of together. But my job today is to react and provide my own additional insights, perhaps a little bit, to the 5 presentations that we already heard. And thank you for the privilege of going through the materials of our 5 presentations. They are really present. So in the next slide, I'd like to think that we already have these 5 fine presents, and our job at this moment before lunch is to plan how to enjoy unwrapping those presents. And so in the next slide, I would like to share this short original narrative for today titled 4. And that, of course, stands for, let's proceed to the next slide. Foresight, opportunity, uncertainty, and risk. And it's been a research theme in my group at UP to interconnect all 4 because, as explained, it's really very systematic how factors of risk really connect. And those are not only physical factors, they're not even all economic factors. They include, of course, social factors. So in the next slide, I had the privilege of gathering together key phrases that we've heard about and learned about today. Let me start from the bottom in the column of risks. Risk-informed development, it's a very good concept to embrace. Development itself not only is hampered by risks or disasters, but development itself is also a cause or trigger for some risks. And all the way up in this column, we've heard many things about risk factors, and one of them being hazard, among also exposure and vulnerability and the pitfalls or shortcomings of being single hazard in approach. So indeed, among risk factors, when we treat the hazards, nowadays we tend to be all hazards or multi-hazards or all hazards in our approach, because not only natural hazards, but technological hazards, social hazards would also be interacting. And I won't add too much to that anymore. Let me go to the next slide. In the next slide, similarly, to summarize, we've heard many things about foresight. We care to continue and improve our productivity and quality, security all the way up, and be totally future ready. Hallmarks, of course, of foresight and strategic planning. And again, I need not repeat all the details that we received from the great presentations earlier. Instead, my contribution, I hope, is to try and focus a little bit more on, well, just like that computer, what's inside. So in the next slide, next, please. Before that, in this slide, I would like to share with you, I hope not to cause us indigestion over lunch, but in a bit, I'll explain how practically useful these are. We talk about risk, we talk about risk factors, we talk about governance and management and being informed. But the science, the social science, the psychology of it actually reminds us that at the bottom of the column for you or uncertainty, okay, perhaps we're dealing already, we are aware of so-called aleatory uncertainty. We're really referring to variability and statistics, and hence we're already aware of the need for data, even big data statistics. But meanwhile, it's a reminder that there's also a limit to what we know. And one phrase we heard today is black swan, things that are uncommon, maybe unknown, and epistemic uncertainty. That kind of uncertainty is a reminder to all of us that no matter how much data we gather, but if we're modeling the uncertainty in a way that really is blind to certain unknowns, as specialists would call, we would have perhaps some blind spots on the aspect of uncertainty. And in the next slide, I would like to echo in the next slide. In the next slide, yes, and I hope this adequately echoes the idea of risk-informed development. Why is opportunity a problem that we need to get deeper into? Well, risk exists because there is also opportunity on the flip side of it. And socially constructed, as we are reminded, the social aspect, the psychosocial aspect of risks is very real, not only in the government sector, maybe more so in the private sector, but certainly in the personal or individual or household level. There are opportunity risks. We are not always very careful treating objective risks. We also have subjective risks in our minds, and we calibrate our action or reaction evidently with acceptable risk inside our minds as well. So I hope that this is a fair summary from what I gathered of all the rich presence, the rich ideas that were shared with us today. I'd be so happy to discuss some more with the audience and with our speakers to thresh out what else we should be more interested in inside, in the middle, the opportunity aspect, the unknown unknowns under uncertainty. So Dean, I look forward together with you to a good panel discussion or panel reaction this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben. The main message or the key message really is all about how are we going to change our mindset from the traditional way of thinking to really looking at the uncertainties and the unknown and the unspoken. So later on, we'll delve into those questions that we have in our minds right now. So I'd like to proceed to our second reactor. Please stay tuned, Dr. Ben. We'll have more discussion on this one. Our second reactor is Professor Juanilo Del Rosario. He is Professor John, as we call him. And he is a career management consultant, resource person, and subject matter expert for different client organizations and institutions as well. And Dr. John is our supervising fellow and professor of knowledge management and quality management here at the DAP Graduate School. He is also a resource person and consultant of the Productivity and Development Center and Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity here also at DAP. And he has a number of engagements with us, as you can see it. And likewise, Professor John is the Philippine Training Center Global MSc consultant in that academy. Likewise, he is a certified business mentor and coach of the Department of Trade and Industry and Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship. He is a resource person and subject matter expert of the First Pacific Leadership Academy. He does continuing consulting, training, and research work for various business organizations, government institutions, not-for-profit organizations, and professional associations. He is a postgraduate and higher education professor at several colleges and universities like the University of the Philippines. Professor John holds 2 master's degrees in technology management and human resource development from the University of the Philippines, where he also graduated cum laude. He is a lifetime member of the Pi Gamma Mu International Honor Society in Social Sciences. His affinity with UP started all the way back to kindergarten. He is a philomath and a system thinker. Prof. John, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Dean. Nice to see you again. So good morning, everyone. I don't have a presentation or a slide presentation, but I took notes during the different segments of the different speakers. So let me just run through them. These are my takeaways. For Mr. Rick Saludo, I really like the idea that he mentioned that about the importance of anticipatory planning, and then the idea about risk-based thinking and making organizations future ready. And he mentioned several challenges that we're going to be facing by next year with regard to the increase in budget because of certain percentage of our budget for this year was not spent. So that will be an increase in budget, and also the Mandanas ruling wherein local government units will have an increase in their internal revenue allotment, and then the need for capacity building. Okay, capacity building, capability building of LGUs because of that Mandanas ruling. Okay, and I must say that with regard to his presentation, we're not really ready for the COVID. We're all just taken by surprise by the COVID-19 pandemic. But what we are not really ready, I think, with regard to that, because no one can be ready with the pandemic. Of course, we don't know that it's really going to happen or not. But I think it's more on the on how we're going to be responding. For example, we weren't able to really develop our ICT infrastructure, so medyo nahirapan tayo. We kind of like struggled in terms of how we cope with the pandemic, given that most of us we have to stay home at home, and then do our work there. So, and given the situation with the ICT infrastructure, I think that's very crucial. Okay, now as far as Mr. Adrian Echao's presentation from the ICT, so I really one of the developments was that when the ICT became really a full-fledged department, I think that's really needed in our country, because we really need to focus on the development of ICT here in the country. Okay, and then of course, even if we have an improved accessibility, reliability of internet, but we lack cybersecurity, we lack the protection. Of course, that's going to be a problem later on, and it will still discourage users from using the internet. Okay, and then from the presentation of Ms. Veronica Gabaldon, okay, from PDRF. Okay, yeah, I agree with that, with the continuity planning. Now we need to have a version for the public sector with a public service continuity planning, although many businesses are doing the business continuity planning. And we have the ISO 22301-2019, which is the standard for business continuity management system. Okay, so we can always refer to that. And I also like the presentation of Ms. Monica Saliedres from PDRO with regard to the service quality standards. But I think the question there would be in terms of how does it connect with RA 11032, the Republic Act 11032 2018 edition of the EODB and EGSD. So may standard tayo with regard to the services that we provide to the public. Okay, so we have to also, I think, look into somehow like an integration with that particular Republic Act. Okay, and also there's an ISO standard for service excellence, namely the 23592-2021 version, and also the about to be published ISO PS 24082, the 2021 version. So we have to look into the connection of that particular standard with this ISO standards, the service quality standards. Okay, and then for Mr. Ronald Jackson from UNDP, yeah, I appreciate the idea about interconnected systemic risks, especially if we look at the pandemic. It's a worldwide problem, so definitely whatever is happening in a particular country affects the other countries, especially now with the new variant, the Omicron. Okay, so as much as we want to close our borders for protection from the Omicron, but we can do that because we have to balance it with the economy concern. Okay, so I guess I have to take up his advice about paradigm shift with regard to the way we approach the governance of this risk that is very interconnected, that is very systemic. So I guess that's those are my reflections or takeaways with regard to the presentation. Maybe the way I look at it is like when you look at risks, definitely you look at the future. So the future and risk, they go hand in hand. So the idea there is having the foresight to be able to respond to the risks. Okay, that's why we need guidelines, we need approaches, we need frameworks, models that we can use, learn from each other. Okay, I guess with this particular forum, we just did that. Okay, we learned a lot of ideas, a lot of we got a lot of insights, some lessons learned from the different presentations. So Dean, maybe we can discuss it further later with regard to the reactions to the presentation. That's
Yeah.
how, yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof. John. Yeah, what you're saying really is that foresight and futures thinking are lenses that are not easy to understand, right? It's a bit difficult, but we have to do it by learning. So learning by doing it. Now that's the secret there, and we need to be comfortable with the uncertainties. And how are we going to do that? So it's really about developing foresight mindset for that matter. And what we are doing here right now is a small step towards that changing of mindset from fixed to foresight, from short-termism mindset actually to a long-term mindset or forward-looking mindset for that matter. So thank you so much, Prof. John and Dr. Ben. And after hearing from the presenters and panelists, we will now proceed to the open forum. Questions and insights raised by our participants will be entertained, and there are participants from Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube platforms, and we'll be very happy to receive all your questions here. So now let's start with pre-selected questions that we have here. And the first one is, what types of data would the public sector need in the anticipatory planning relative to designing of policies, planning of interventions, anticipation of possible change and risks, and the forecasting needs? Right. So let's hear from our panelists, presenters for their insights and perspective.
That was partly my topic. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Rick, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, just well, of course, the kind of data spans the full range of an agency's concerns. But one thing, what I will note is the things that might be missed. No, we tend to focus on operational matters, and we've got solid data on that. But environmental scanning, which we normally do in strategic planning, it should be sustained throughout, the normal 24/7 operations of an agency. Because things can, as we've seen in COVID, things can come out of nowhere. And it's important to just be constantly monitoring what's going on out there, both as reported in media, certainly as we can get from our stakeholders and experts, and very important, from our constituencies, our clientele. They can tell us where we're failing, what problems they see moving forward. So that's one. The environmental scanning ought to be done at a very extensive level, rather than often being reactive. The second thing, and this is something that I've learned early on when I was in the cabinet, and that is to be attuned to the political directions of the governing entity. I will recount an experience when we were doing the State of the Nation address under President Arroyo. All cabinet members were supposed to give their inputs into the as a State of the Nation address. And they were supposed to provide material that they know they can deliver. So even in the SONA planning, the perspective of course, the political power was very clear, but there was a give and take. The leadership may want to do certain things, but if the agency concerned felt it was beyond what can be done, the political leadership would adjust. And so that's another dynamic that I would suggest be given attention. And it's two-way. I have to stress it's two-way. The agency and people there should be able to speak up. And unfortunately, as I mentioned in my presentation, risk culture tends to be not well formed in Asia, where there's a tendency for people in authority to be the main voice, and those who might raise questions or issues of a negative nature would tend to be either disdained or sometimes silenced. So that's another key information source that needs to be highlighted. I think those two would be good from my end. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir Rick. And that's really enlightening and as well as edifying discussion. And that really leads us to a culture wherein we have to do not only annually, but every day, meaning to say this should be part of our culture, that we have to do constant monitoring, and that is environmental scanning. We are looking at emerging trends, and as much as possible, we need to have individuals who are always forward looking, and individuals who are looking at the questions, what ifs, and how might we. And that's really important. And of course, leadership is another important thing. We have a number of questions here in our chat box, and one is it's a bit long, but I'd like to summarize this if I'm right. We are looking at the practicality and functionality of foresight and risk management, especially at the local level. And at the local level, government alone can't do it. So we need also the CSOs, the POs and the NGOs. So the question is, how to effectively empower the CSOs and every citizen to be vigilant so we can see this sa bawat bayan, sa bawat barangay natin. So meaning to say, talagang bumababa. And we need it to be more practical and dapat nakalanding. Hindi lang siya concept, but how to do it and how to improve our governance, especially at the local level with the involvement of CSO. So may we get the reaction, insights, and perspectives of our presenters. Anyone can unmute his microphone, please. So this is addressed to all our presenters and our reactors as well. Dr. Ben, yes?
Yeah, may I start the ball rolling? I'm sure all the elders have a contribution, but I'd like to connect to data and information, because whichever sector we are, provided that there would be a good flow, not only collection, but good flow of correct information, not only comprehensive, but iterative or up-to-date information. Wouldn't that be a crucial ingredient para CSOs, all the sectors could be involved? I cannot help going back to the idea of data and now information and now sectors and communication. It sounds cliche-ish, but it is really a problem right now that, or a paradox that there seems to be too much information, and yet perhaps the information is unprocessed or unprocessed. It connects again to mindset. Do we have the correct attitude to search deeper or wider, or to question, or to challenge? That's insofar as I could think of, because we try from engineering and science to realize, to emphasize that, well, not everything is as black and white as gravity. And so social constructs are equally important. And so we seek information about realities in the social political, as well as geopolitical realms. And I would like to hear the reactions of our private sector counterparts too.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ben. Sir Rick, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I mentioned something I couldn't get into for space reasons, and that's strategic communications. The approach there, very crucial, fundamental approach, is to make sure you are in deep and constant communication with your key stakeholders. And there seems to be a tendency that you're very conscious, for instance, of what congressmen have in mind, because of course your budget depends on them, but perhaps less about certain sectors. So strategic communication demands that you make sure you pay attention and are in constant and good communication with your key sectors, the ones you serve, your of course your staff and leadership, even, and then key sectors that can impact your organization, including the media. So maintaining strategic communications, and this is really an area that we specialize in, maintaining that will ensure that you have a constant flow of the information that is important, because they are the information that is provided by your own key stakeholders, which of course should impact your work and your service delivery. So just that, to strategic communication means you pay attention and focus on what your key stakeholders, all of them, find important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Rick. Prof. John, would you like to say something?
Sorry. Yeah, Dean. Regarding what Mr. Rick said earlier, especially during his presentation with regard to, we have to look at the risks of the things that are confronting our organization, especially during this pandemic. But of course, most organizations are in this political landscape, so there are different cultures, different ways of doing things in a particular organization. So those things have to be taken into account. But of course, we start with what Mr. Rick said earlier about the stakeholders, because at the end of the day, they're the real public of the organization. So I guess that's the takeoff point. That's the point of departure wherein you look first at the needs and expectations of your stakeholders, which are very much reflective in the mandate of the institution or the organization. Then you work around it in such a way that it becomes possible, it becomes responsive to their needs, given the politics, given the situation in your organization. So I guess we have to be, we have to really be responsive to the needs of the stakeholders, but at the same time, to make it practical, to make it feasible, we have to work with a political situation in our respective organizations.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. John. Taking off from what Dr. Ben mentioned and Sir Rick mentioned and your take likewise, no? We have to again ask the question, for whom is public sector quality and productivity improvement? For whom is digitalization? For whom all these development for? No, it's really for the people, and this is for our stakeholders, and the importance of communication, data, and information really play a vital role in governance. So in communication, we can do change mindset, no? And I'd like to point out also the report of the United Nations, wherein it says there that changing mindsets is now the strategy towards sustainable development. And that's very meaningful. In their report, they have a number of areas, no, on how to change mindset, no, on how to have agile mindset, on how to have foresight mindset, and so on and so forth. And that's very important. And on strategic communication, which Sir Rick mentioned a while ago, here at the AP Graduate School, we added one course, no, one subject, and that is strategic communication. We see the importance, not only now but even before. No, we see the importance of communication in governance. So again, context, no, it's very important. And how are we going to put the right message across? It is through communication, down to capacity building and leadership. So those insights and perspective of yours are all meaningful. Thank you so much. We have more questions actually in our chat box. And yeah, Sir Ben, you're raising your hand. I'd like to recognize you.
Yeah, just to add, because we tend to equate communication many times with as if broadcasting communication and reaching out to our audiences and publics. I just would like to add that real communication should equally involve listening, and real communication should equally involve a feedback, a channel. And that could be a weakness of government agencies, with all due respect, because we're driven with our service oriented, as in we serve out. And how much we incorporate in our replan in the PDCA cycle, the feedback from our clients, be they private sectors or other government agencies, it's very crucial. And in my observation, that's quite short in our governance, whether public or private.
That's right, no. I'd like to also call on Miss Nika. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just would like to add the importance of listening to your stakeholders, listening to the voice of your customer. That's why when you do service quality standards journey, you start with where you are now and what your clients want you, where your clients want you to be. So it's really important that you learn about what is important for them, what they expect from the kind of service that you are delivering. So it's really, I guess, as Professor Pacheco mentioned, it's the weakness of our government institution. But it's a learning process, and there are many tools that we can use. Even in policy making, you have to consult the stakeholders, the businesses, the one who's going to be affected. So we should go back to our consultative process. And also to answer the reaction made by one of our reactor from the private sector about integrating the service quality standards that we presented with the policy or the Republic Act 11032. We are actually in line with that initiative, and we would like to position the study as an input to that initiative, especially when you talk about the timeline, the required turnaround time for government services, the 3-7-20, 3 for simple, 7 for 20, and 7 for complex, and 20 for highly complex transaction. If you will ask our transacting public, they are expecting much shorter turnaround time. They are actually expecting for simple transaction, it's just to be need to be just 1 day. For complex transaction, it should be 3 days, and for highly complex, it's just for just 1 week. So they really expect more from our government. So, but 3-7-20 is a good start. You know, it's a good start as a standard. So we're feeding information recommendation to effectively implement RA 11032. That's how we position our research. And the service quality standards is a means to have a consistent service delivery, and that will avoid some of the process risk identified earlier by our audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Nika. Nika, I have to react dito. Kasi ako
Yeah,
yung
sure,
nag-mention
Prof.
about,
John.
yeah, I was the one who mentioned about RA 11032, and it has to be connected with the SQS. And it's a good thing that you took that into consideration when you developed the SQS, Ms. Nika. I appreciate that. But we also have to also incorporate that most transactions now, especially with the pandemic in the government, that that are being done online. So with the online technology, it should be a lot faster than the prescription of RA 11032. So, but my experience so far, or at least with the other people that I know, parang the pandemic became the reason why transactions became slower. Yeah, so when it should be the other way around, it should have been faster because of with the online technology. So I guess that should also be taken into account with regard to both the SQS and the RA 11032. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, there are a lot of mechanisms present in the country. We have good policies, but what we want to pursue is the implementation of all these policies and how-tos. No? So the practicality of it. I think Mr. Ronald Jackson is still here. Would like to hear also from Mr. Ronald his insights and perspectives, especially in rethinking risk governance. And that was very insightful when he presented rethinking risks in governance. Mr. Jackson, are you still here? Okay. All right. All right, there you go. Yeah,
I'm
you can.
still here, holding
All
on
right.
a little longer.
Okay. Yeah, would like to hear from you some insights and perspectives on some of the questions that we raised earlier, and especially on how-tos now. United Nations and of course UNDP is doing good in providing toolkits and maps and strategic directions to our stakeholders. What else can we do in order for our stakeholders to really understand and operationalize all these concepts that we've been discussing earlier on?
Well, look, I think you've touched on many of the things that you can practically do, and many of the speakers talked about it. I mean, one of the big failings I've seen is, and this may not be the case in the Philippines for sure, but one of the big failings is that we tend to leave the public, the citizens, out of the decision-making process. And I think a number of your speakers talked about that issue from the lens of the client and the service provider listening, understanding needs, and addressing those needs. I think it's a concept we need to expand beyond simply a service arrangement, but looking also at how government, well, I guess it's the same, how government provides services to its citizens and understand the needs and demands of citizens, who these stakeholders are, particularly what are their challenges, and how we build that into policy making. And I think that's one of the areas UNDP wants to focus on going forward in the future in terms of engaging at the local level. So one, that's one. Two, I think the issue around capacity. Again, how do we build capacity of the public sector to better understand, integrate risk considerations, and manage risk in their respective sector is something that I think we need to look at as well. We often leave this issue to those who are, if we're talking about disaster risk management now, to those who are in the emergency management services. It needs to move beyond that and to become a practice within central government, within the finance ministries, within the agriculture sector. And one of the reasons why we have proposed this idea of how do we ensure that we have risk officers in different ministries across government, to be able to ensure that risk is being considered in the development decision making. You will recall in my presentation, I pointed to the fact that we are too caught up with risk to development, but we're not recognizing that our development investments themselves are creating new risk. And so and it's not that we shouldn't develop, it's that we need to understand what new risks will be created and how do we then manage those towards the best possible outcome. So I think that's some insight in some of the questions you've asked. But I think my colleagues also touched on some of those issues in their comments. Issues around tools and how are we becoming more digital natives? Are we able to apply some of the new tools that are available to be able to make better decisions? This whole idea of decision intelligence is an emerging field. Are we equipped to be able to provide better decision intelligence utilizing some of the age-old tools and some of the new tools that are coming on stream, blending foresight with risk analytics? So it's not just doing foresight by itself, but how are we blending that with risk analytics and other principles to get better decision intelligence?
Thank you so much, Ronald, for that very insightful comment. And I'd like to pick up on what you mentioned about capacity building. Yes, it's really true that we need to have the continuous capacity building. It's about lifelong learning. Actually, foresight is innate in each one of us because we have this ability to really look forward. But the difference there is really how we exercise foresight and features thinking. And engaging in foresight and features thinking can help us mitigate risks and make us comfortable with any uncertainties that may emerge in the next few months, in the next 10 or 5 years. And we also discuss about the presence of black swan, the anticipated event, as mentioned, and there is also the gray rhino. And if we look at the metaphorical menagerie of Robert Hickson, it talks about all of these known and unspoken. So this means that we have to be anticipatory. We have to have that kind of exercise even in our daily lives. So it has practicality likewise. And taking off from the discussion and reaction of Dr. Ben, he mentioned about four. The risk, uncertainty, opportunity, and foresight. And we have heard many things about foresight and strategic planning, how to be features ready. And to be features ready, we have to start with FT 101. So there's no shortcut to the feature. Start with the foundation or the basic about foresight and features thinking and practice it. And later on, we'll be able to deepen and likewise institutionalize and harvest our desired or preferred feature. We call it in the Philippines, Hiraya foresight for that matter. And of course, Prof. John's reaction earlier, the importance of anticipatory planning and the presence of challenges in terms of economic aspects. And in 2022, we'll be implementing the Mandanas ruling, and this is one of the challenges that we are facing right now. So with this morning's discussion, it really brought us to a wide perspective on how to be anticipatory, on how to be forward-looking, but to be a futurist or a foresight practitioner, we have to be imaginative. Imagination is the currency of the future. But of course, knowledge is the new oil. Knowledge is the only resource which is very important and very powerful compared to other resources like money, property, and even power. So in order for us to introduce more innovations and agility in our organization, we have to co-create more knowledge activities. And this is one of the things that we are doing right now, empowering each one of us towards an anticipatory mindset for us to realize our preferred feature. So that ends our open forum. I'd like now to thank our panelists, our presenters, and reactors for that very insightful discussion this morning. Thank you so much, and thank you also to all our participants. On to you, Rika.
Thank you very much, Dean Lizan. It has been a wonderful learning experience with you, and thank you for a very good moderation of our Q&A. Maraming salamat po, and we would like to thank all the participants who shared their questions. We hope marami po tayong natutunan, and we really apologize po for the inconvenience that the background noise might have caused you. Rest assured that tomorrow during our GBPR ay improve po natin yung ating system, especially dito sa ating online. All right? So now we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers, panelists, and especially to everyone who are still here with us kahit na po medyo na late po tayo. Maraming salamat po for your understanding, and above all, for your very active participation, especially for those who really took the effort and time to really give their feedback dun sa ating chat box. Thank you too to our moderator, our beautiful Dean Lizan, for your facilitation of the open forum. And at this point of the session, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to the forum speakers and panelists. The certificate reads as follows. The Development Academy of the Philippines and the Government Quality Management Committee awards this certificate of appreciation to the presenters and panelists for their invaluable contribution in the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum given this 16th day of December 2021. Signed, Tina Rosemary L. Kanda, OIC Secretary, Department of Budget and Management, and Chair, GQMC. Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., President and Chief Executive Officer, Development Academy of the Philippines, and member, GQMC. And now may we call on our speakers. First, Ricardo L. Saludo, Founding President, Center for Strategy, Enterprise, and Intelligence, or Sensei. Hello, Sir Rick.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we award this certificate to you. And Attorney Adrian Jude Echaus, OIC Assistant Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology. Ms. Veronica T. Gabaldon, Executive Director, Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. Director Monica D. Saliendres, DAP Productivity Development Research Office. And Mr. Ronald Jackson, Head, Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery Team for Building Resilience, United Nations Development Program. And to our panelists, of course, our reactors, Professor UP Diliman College, our Institute of Civil Engineering, Professor Dr. Benito M. Pacheco.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you too.
And of course, Sir Janilo J. Del Rosario, Technical Expert, Graduate School of Public and Development Management.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speakers and panelists, to our guests, everyone who joined us in Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. Rest assured that all the participants who attended the forum either through Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube live streaming will be issued an e-certificate of attendance upon accomplishment of the forum and speakers evaluation forms that will be provided by the DAP project team at the end of the forum for each day.
And also, we would like to award the certificate of appreciation, of course, to our moderator, Dr. Lizan E. Perante Calina. Thank you very much, Dean Lizan.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, thank you. Please access the evaluation form using the link shown on the screen and in the Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube chat boxes. As our last activity for today, may we request everyone to turn on your videos or cameras as we will take a gallery picture.
Okay, so we will give you the cue for our photo opportunity. May I request everyone to please turn on your cameras? Okay. Miss Margaret is assisting us dito sa ating final photo opportunity for this day. Okay, so we are going to take several frames for this photo opportunity since we are 225. So first frame, at the count of 3, say cheese and maintain your smiles because baka po mahagi po kayo ng ating picture sa mga susunod na frames. Just keep smiling. All right. Just smile and turn on your cameras. Last 2 frames. Okay, your most beautiful smile po. And that's it for our photo for this morning. Okay. Jill?
Oh, all right, so we will upload in Google Drive the photos and forum recording of the session today, which will be active for viewing only.
Okay, we are once again reposting sa ating chat box the Google Drive where you will be able to access for viewing all the materials, the presentation materials used by our resource persons and reactors. All right. So thank you very much, everyone. Maraming salamat, daghang salamat. Assalamualaikum. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Tomorrow, the topics will be equally exciting and important. So please join us again. And we would like to remind that the e-certificate of attendance will be given or provided to participants that attended day 1 and day 2 sessions. And of course, ibibigay po yan after you have accomplished the event evaluation and the speaker evaluation forms. All right. So posted once more on screen is the Google document link for the attendance sheet for day 1. And all the participants on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook must be able to register in the attendance sheet. Okay. So please also like and follow us on our Facebook page and YouTube channel. Also, please follow yung ating hashtag QMSGov.ph on YouTube for interesting discussions on quality management system. So, Jill, it has been a great day for all of us today and sana po nag-enjoy po kayo. Thank you everyone. For those reporting on site, please take extra care and always wear your face mask.
All right, thank you everyone. And we will see you tomorrow at the government best practice recognition, best practice sharing and awarding of GBTR recipients. Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
Please don't forget to accomplish the evaluation forms. Please check the chat box for the links as well as the link to the presentation materials.
Yes, Bacolod City PNP Police Office, maraming salamat din po sa inyong participation and see you tomorrow. For this morning, maraming salamat po for joining us on Zoom.